There we go. Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Nvidia seems like such a good long-term investment. I think Nvidia might just be a good short-term investment. Let's see what's going on here. They're rallying a little bit. Let's see. Yes, even. Russell up. Dow up. Nasdaq down. Gold up a bunch. Gold's killing it this morning. Yep. GME is 2808, 2050, and 1995. So Gamma Max is 2808. Looks like SPX still has a little range to run to the upside here. Maybe not a ton. Signals. Options. Interesting. Hold on one second. $41, 112, 41.20, 51. Right at resistance here on SPX. Yeah, I'll put neutrals up 1 second. Gamma neutral on SPX at 41.18. VIX up 4% on the day. My VIX 21 calls may be down 2% on the day. Seems about right. Nice. I just bought a 4090 to boost NVIDIA numbers. You son of a bitch. Can this market stay irrational longer than I can stay solvent? That's a distinct possibility. I wouldn't underestimate its ability to do so. Let's pump this to 4,200, then rug pull it so we can have the Great Depression 2.0. I don't know if we're going to go that high. I am not seeing a lot of liquidity realized on GME. Well, a little bit. I don't think enough for it to independently move, which is a bit worrisome if the SPX stops going up. How the fuck are they spinning oil up 6% as bullish? NVIDIA Corporation Director Don E. Hudson sold a total of 5,000 shares at an average price of $274.55. That sounds really bullish when insiders sell. I mean, it's not very much. It's kind of like nothing. Not very impactful. Why are we watching SPY instead of SPX? I don't know. It's a good question. Fuck. That was weird. Pretty close to gamma neutral here. 15. Options. 14p. Huh. Gamma neutral test, then direction determination. I mean, maybe. We're still a little off from gamma neutral. And this isn't looking super fucking bullish right now. See if Jimmy's liquidity dries up before the market tanks. Doesn't look like it's going to. I've started getting a little less liquid this morning. That's not looking particularly bullish either. Looks like ES is failing the 4140 test. The gap from yesterday is filled on futures now. Let's see what's going on with positioning. So we're seeing a lot more puts come in this morning. I kind of want to see how those are gonna break down now. I'm confused. NVIDIA and Netflix up, but puts in May are also up. Well, not a lot, but they are. I mean, that could very well just be implied volatility, right, Matthew? Okay, so a little bit of a breakdown of call interest below 4,100. A little more call interest coming in at 4120, 4125. It looks like 4150 and 4200 strikes have gotten a bit less bullish. Not a lot of support on the 0DTE side for today below us. So if this fails a 4120 test, it doesn't look particularly good. Wow, 1 second. All right. No, I don't think it is MOASS. No, I left my wallet at the allergist's office this morning. So I'm gonna have to go over there after the stream and pick it up. What's up, Trash? PMI out a bit early. How's it looking? No. S&P Global Manufacturing PMI is out. ISM's at 10 o'clock. And the S&P Global is up. All right, 41.20. ES breaking up again. Moving into test 4150 right now. Okay. It's good for GMA. The bulls are ridiculous. Yeah, yeah, they are. That's okay. I think we'll fail the test at 4120, given the positioning here. That's kind of where the zero DTEs break down for the day, at least. I need to open this. Okay. Cut is a glorious bastard. Stopped me out at a 10% loss and has done nothing but up. Not gonna chase now, but next time, no stops on day one. Huh. Did it even pull back that hard on day one? I remember having a stop last week and I didn't get tagged. I guess in the early part of the day. Did you enter it at market open? Most inflationary event since the Ukraine war. Believe it or not, bullish on rate cuts. Bullish on Halliburton. Did not expect my zero DT to hit its take profit order at 110% so fast. It was a quick opening move. He has failed to test 4140? Fuck. Yeah, normally I'd be really bearish on the fact that it failed to test 4140, but now I feel like, oh, it has to test it. Because bulls. Oh, look how gapped up this morning. Classy. Goddamn motherfucker. I don't know. If I buy it at this price, I'm technically still averaging down a little, but not much. $23.69. I need to take a look at GameStop's gamma chart. Hold on. Yeah, Jamie really still needs to break 25. Although if it does break 25, maybe it's kind of spicy. Gamma gets pretty flat up there, so easier to move up. Girk disappearing from allergies. Maybe. Got in early on the first day after I confirmed the direction. Turned around shortly, hit my 10%, maybe a little bit more, not much. Been watching the rocket from the sidelines. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. We broke the wedge already. Yep. Just a little bit. There's some room on the upside for volatility. It's broken through before. Not a lot of room, but a little bit. It broke through on March 22nd also. And yeah, right before the Powell speech. There's no pressure till 26. Yep. Coming for the 4150. Futures tested. Volume starting to drop off a little bit. Tesla doing a buy the rumor, sell the news. Dear God. Well, I was hoping to get into a position on that this morning. Although, this looks significantly less bullish. Interesting. Maybe people don't like that delivery growth was down, even though they hit their targets. Fuck, I don't have nearly enough puts yet. That's problematic. I do have some puts. I'm gonna wait and see how the rest of the day plays out. I have a little bit of room before I have to... Well... Buy more puts. Let me pick up 195s. Alright. Do you know that volume falling if SPX has no volume indicator? You can use futures volume. How flow looking on SPX today? VIX spike, just lots and lots of puts being bought. Oil rocketing somehow is the only thing keeping SPX up. I mean, oil's at 80, over 80.50 a barrel. I think it's pretty close to its limit up. Yeah, that might be the only good thing going for it right now. Could put a stop on these. One more leg up. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, GME needs to get above 25 before before there's any kind of fireworks there. Put volumes rocketing up. 4120, 4115, 4110. A lot of interest at 4100 and 4080. Call volumes moderately sustained above 4120, but not a lot. 4120 is definitely the sticky point here. A little bit of call volume coming in at 4140. That very well could be sold. No, upside gamma is kind of falling off like a rock. So this may just be a bigger like repositioning trend. Especially with the top now kind of blown out. NVIDIA is wasting no time in dropping. Microsoft puts. Okay, this filled. 1 second. 280. What fucking price did I buy them at? Okay. Upstart falling off. VIX nearing 20. Let me see. Do I have VIX pulled up anywhere? VIX. Okay, VIX kind of looking bullish. Yeah, a little bullish. New orders way down. Yeah, looks like some out of the money, farther out of the money puts coming in. My September SPY puts just got a huge IV bump. Well, VIX is up, right? So that's why. Futures moving in for the second test. 4150. SPX still looking pretty bearish. A longer time frame there. How's the intraday looking? Kind of like, yeah, another rejection. So 2 fails at the 4150 test on ES. Then we got NQ still down 50 BPS on the day. So I would say SPX is getting propped pretty heavily by oil right now. Will 510 weeklies ever make a comeback? Not anytime soon. Are you keeping your call straddle hedge in case there are more irrational ups this week? I mean, once I confirm a failure on the upside here, then I'm going to take profits, but I'll re-enter it tonight. My September SPY puts just got a huge IV bump. Okay, I think you told me that. Thoughts on DCAing into June 16 450s? They're really cheap right now. Not quite as cheap as they were Friday, but they're still pretty cheap. Big red warning lights of stagflation everywhere. Well, let's see what the PMI looks like this morning. ISM manufacturing PMI down, manufacturing employment also down. And then Cook speaking at 4 o'clock. Do you have anything else going on today? Manufacturing prices are down a little bit, not much. Manufacturing new orders are also down. We got the 3 and 6 month auction today at 11:30. That should be interesting. $12K SPXs are the new 510s. Big red warning lights of stagflation. Why didn't I hold my ZOM calls? Instead I cashed out 30% gain Could be up 300% right now. I don't feel bad. I didn't either. Money's money. How the fuck were you gonna know that OPEC was gonna like pull back production over the weekend? All the data points came in worse than expected. This looks like saving the calls. It could be. But there's not a lot left to save, at least on the 0DTE side. We're running out of range here, and things aren't looking super bullish. Yeah, 4160 I think sold. 4150 I'm not sure of. It's probably sold. 4140 probably is too, given that the 4120 gamma's dropping. Let's see. If this gives out, I guess there's a little bit of support at 4085. Puts are coming in pretty heavily though. PCR ratios, or PCR is 1.23. So a little bit heavy on the put side. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, oil just tapping 80.75 a barrel now. Holy fuck. Oh, JPA's gonna hit us with some fucking like 1.0 rate hikes if the fucking oil prices stay up this high. Dixie's almost under $1.02. You see PCR at 1.23. As a sign, it's volume, right? It's just put call volume. So not necessarily. It could infer that there's a bearish volume trend. Although, I mean, technically, you would infer that from that you would infer that puts are sold and calls are bought since it's an index. Given the positioning levels, I don't think that's true, because those would be some really risky fucking puts to sell, but you never know. This is looking a little more bearish here. We might get a breakdown below the EMA 30. I think this downside move has a little bit of momentum. I think it's picking up a little bit of volume, maybe. Buy volume? Or is that just going to lead to more sell-offs? What date is JPOW speaking? JPOW's next speech is going to be he's not scheduled for shit through like April OPEX. There's really not very many Fed president speeches for the next couple weeks. Tesla giving good cliff dive signals. Going to give a cliff dive signal. Uh, I don't know. I don't have. I just picked up some 190 puts. Um, I don't know if I'm going to hold on to those or not, but the fact that it opened gap down is kind of surprising with oil costs being up and hitting their delivery numbers. So if this is the like a liquidity effect, that could be really bearish. Tesla is a big vol short too, kind of like Jamie. I could check maybe. Usually not the most indicative because of how massively liquid it is, but I'll take a look. Sometimes you can get clearer signals. Yeah, liquidity on Tesla is not really crunching right now. So the sell-off doesn't look... It doesn't look persistent yet. I don't think it would be unwise if you have like long-term puts to maybe carry a small call hedge at 200 for the short term here on Tesla. Just because, you know, this seems to be mostly an effect of NASDAQ being down and not so much the underlying. And then if it moves back into my target range, I'm going to set up that strangle. But for now, it's too far out of it to be worthwhile. Fed not speaking anytime soon. SPX to 4,300. We'll see. SPX needs to get above 41.22 first. Above 120 seems to be bearish at some point until they save some of those calls, unless they're sold. Yeah. Well, I'm positive Gamma would infer that they're sold. I'm copping so many Fubo shares this week. Nice. Shouldn't Dixie be alongside oil? No. Petition to call equities that are not liquid solid instead of illiquid. No. That doesn't work. They're not solid. Recession canceled? No. We're probably closer to a recession now than we were last week. If I learned anything from Friday, it's that SPX will break up here. It may not. Kind of losing all its gas. Fubo box floor trade rolled the entire 1P this week to May 5th. Extra 912.5 delta on May for 320,000 more capital. But then the quantity is less. That delta decay doesn't seem good for them. We're closer to a depression than we were a day ago. Yeah. I have some SPY puts for end of June. Think that's enough time for downside to finally kick in. Yeah, I mean, you've got plenty of time till expiration. I was a day early on my SPY 410 prediction. Shame. Tesla losing its gas. Ha! H&S on SPX. There is a head and shoulders on SPX. That doesn't mean that it's valid, but there's one there. What's up, Greg? I shorted my first few stocks on my first time, and Baba is killing it. Nice, man. Yeah, Baba's dumping pretty hard right now. $41.21, and then futures. I see a little bit of momentum above 41.20. They're just kind of continuously flat today. This ascending isn't particularly bullish, given that the resistance is here. At like 41.20. This kind of looks like it's going to break down soon. Downward consolidation would be more bullish. Although last week it was quite fond of consolidating upwards and then breaking up. SPY is killing it, and by it, I mean my port. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. Basing Se? What? Checkers Cigna Insurance. I feel like a big Medicaid provider. They should be getting fucked over right now, right? Aren't they pulling back all the COVID era stuff right now? Oof. Fuck. I kind of missed the boat on them getting murdered. Bounce back today. This could just be a flight to health, though, right? United's the Medicaid provider? Oh, okay. For a long position? You can probably get it cheaper. I don't know. If people keep fleeing to it as a defensive buy, then I might go up to like 173. But if the market pulls back hard again, I don't think like 140 is out of the question. It seems to be pretty index exposed. As your local P.O. box guy, can you also swing by and pick up your coffee grinder when you go out and grab your wallet later? We've been holding this box for over a year now. What? No, I got a gift card for the coffee grinder because they ended up selling it to someone else, and then I used that to buy my current coffee grinder. I don't know. My 0DT puts probably don't have long for this world right now. Mm-hmm. 41.25. People will just buy anything. Price is up, but Navegex is down? The fuck? Oh. Okay. 41.20. 4100 selling off a little bit. Some longer term interest coming at 41.50. 41.75, 4200. 41.20 still support. Never fear, I'll swing by and pick that up for you. Also, I've got this urgent letter from BlackRock. It says open immediately. Ew. Keep it. Feeling like a Friday repeat. Yeah, I think if this doesn't fail this channel, I'm gonna... Well... Yeah. That was a nice rejection. We'll see if that leads to an actual sell-off, though. There may just be too much support at 41.20 for this to sell off in any meaningful way. Or people are selling calls at 41.20 and we're about to get rugged like crazy. Okay. VIX is extremely stable on rising prices. What the fuck is that about? Oil up 620 BPS. Macy's doing a thing. Fade the peak when she's done. Yeah, if Macy's is running, it's not a bad fade. Is it earnings or like their dividend? Hold on. I gotta pull it up. Oh, interesting. They gapped up this morning too. Did IV really move up on that though? Oh, looks like the dividend sell-off's already all wrapped up. There's a little upside gap that Macy's can fill there to like 1950. Maybe I'd try to fade that if it breaks down from there. Don't worry, guys. I just bought calls. The run's over. Mix waiting on an imminent rug. No, it doesn't look like that. I mean, VVIX. It kind of just looks like people are buying a lot of puts, but slowly. So I feel like VIX should have already fallen off here pretty hard, and it hasn't on this last bounce. Like through this leg up. VIX just kind of stayed stable. Calls for Nvidia 285. Nasdaq's still down about 30 BPS today. And oil still climbing. I probably wouldn't right now. Do you have updated Gamma Max for Nvidia? I think it's like 294. When's Nvidia buying an oil company? Don't you know that AI is going to help them find oil? Come on, man. You know how this works. ExxonMobil now employing soft goods in the field. Upstart 12 to 13 this SLD. I mean, that's kind of what I'm banking on. I bought some shares this morning and sold some in the money covered calls as like a buy right. And if I get assigned, whatever. But if it drops back to 1350, I'll keep about half the shares I bought. If it drops below 13, I'm gonna keep them all. And I use that to buy some in the money puts, which I think all of it executed except like 3 contracts, which is surprising that Upstart was so liquid in the money. Huh. Yeah, a little bit of slippage. Not too much. I'm gonna get assigned to my 414 18 CSPs for Jimmy. Is that a safe strike given where DN is? Safer? I mean, we should have some support at DN. If not, we will at gamma neutral. You ever play VTI? No, not really. Would today be the only day for an October 31st like event on GME? I mean, it was the only day I was gonna buy calls for an October 31st like event. GME ETF FTDs look pretty good on May 1st. So that'd be the next one that I'd look to. Not that today is over by any stretch of the imagination, but I took profits on my calls this morning. It didn't look like we were realizing any liquidity, so that implies to me that we're gonna see, a short cycle. So I managed to get a few more covered calls squeezed out. Not much. And I closed the long calls I had. Keep talking shit, Jimmy rusing. All right. I mean, I hope so. Then I can sell more covered calls. I'm out of life savings for buying puts on NVIDIA. It'll do that. What's with the big bar rate jumps on Upstart? Because of Reg Show? No, because it's a liquid as fuck. So you expect Upstart to drop? Is that because you expect the overall market to drop? Largely, yeah. I mean, if it doesn't, I don't care. It's a buy right? So I got net credit and I'll be assigned at the strike I sold. Are we far enough above SPX gamma neutral that you would feel confident in 2 to 5 days of upside as you predicted? Yeah, if it doesn't pull back underneath today, I would say that we're probably going to see chop in this range with maybe like an upside potential of 4150. Which is actually a pretty tight range of like 4120 to 4150. Upstart fee rate at 190. So it's up about 38%. Fidelity bar rate's up about 2.5. We'll see. If the market pulls back, they're gonna get all the liquidity they want. I bought a call. The market can tank now. It's not really doing much of anything right now. We look like, I mean, it kind of looks like we're just gonna hold, somewhere between 4120 and 4130 for a little while here at least. Yes, is trading just above 4150. But it's failed a few tests at 4157. 4157.50. Volume's been declining pretty steadily since about 10 o'clock. So I don't know. We'll either break down on the low volume or we're going to stabilize around like the 4120 level. We'll see what happens as we move into like the midday here. What's your take on Monster? I mean, they're good. They're like a pretty well-run company. I haven't looked into them in a really long time, but the last time I looked, they were well run. I'd imagine that they would do well in a recession. How far out did you sell GME I kind of have them all over the place. I have some that expire this Friday and next Friday. Well, the next 3 Fridays out of the money. I have some in the money ones that expire in May. I have some at the money ones that are expiring, well, April 21st. So yeah, they're a bit all over the place. Why can't we just have a non-stop red day on AMD for once? No hope either sideways or up, so downs in the morning. Obligatory Where's Carl's tea? Also, bubble below 100. Time for June 90 Ps. I wonder how much of that is just due to the NASDAQ sell-off and oil being up. How's Amazon doing today? Amazon not getting hit nearly as hard. I would probably be either slow to enter them, or I would enter like a higher strike right now. 190 is a pretty big breakdown. I mean, it's down where the gap is, but we may not fill that until there's like a serious correction of some sort. $195 seems a little bit safer. I don't particularly like either one because we gap down overnight. A little bit of support at 98.50. And then really not much until 95.60. Yeah, the 95s don't seem so bad. Which, you know, June 90s, like you'll print, just don't expect them to go in the money right away. If it drops. Hey Gherkin, my 3200 zero GTs safe? No. Ugh. How do you determine whether or not to buy right or CSP? I did the buy right because I could sell the calls and buy puts. I don't think the stock is going to go up. CSPs are more advantageous when you think the stock is going to go up. They're a bullish bet. So I didn't go quite synthetic short, but close, like a covered synthetic short. Can you explain why SPX and NVIDIA won't stop going up? My brain can't compute. And isn't this OPEC situation bad for the market? Yeah, extremely. Here's the deal though. Ooh, this is finally breaking down. Awesome. After the last like 2 days of the market just rocketing up, I don't expect it to just fall off a cliff, right? Like at market open. There's a lot of positioning that's still in place from last week, and we're gonna have to wait for all of that to resolve, right? Before we have any indication of a turnaround. Although falling back below gamma neutral here would be toot sweet. Did you sell any Fubo CCs this morning? No. You still like Moss for the medium long term? Yeah. Yeah. Let me see how the chart looks right now though, because I'm not sure the entry is so great. The entry's actually not too bad on this right now. Kind of clawed its way back from the dip in March. You might get a better opportunity. Like another opportunity sub 45 in the next couple weeks. I might wait closer to the SLD period to buy in. $43s, and if you can get it, 43 is a really awesome price on it. I don't know if it's been mentioned. The Rev hearing was scheduled for today at 10. Good luck, fellow Rev chards. Oh shit, I still have shares of that. Plan on lowering the cost basis of the 4000p. I think I've already averaged it down as much as I'm going to. We're gonna bounce on gamma neutral. Maybe not. Well, we broke down from that ascending channel now. This kind of looks like it's, yeah, we just broke down below gamma neutral. Ooh. You dirty little tease. What's up, Torque? Hey, Gurk, new to the stream here, but I heard this channel had a lot of food discussions and stock tips. But here I have all these vegetables and chicken bones. You're not telling me how to make chicken stock. Stick them in a pot. Keep boiling it down until it tastes like something. Hal 40s for September looking tasty? Maybe. That's not a lot of time. If I was going to play calls on Hal, I'd probably get leaps. Oh, DMs? Courtesy of Atomic. What the fuck is this? Spy fails? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I see the dates. It's interesting. Spy get a short squeeze? No, but it has a lot of failures. I think historically that's not that crazy, Dork, like the numbers, but some of them are kind of high. Like March 3rd at 4 million and March 14th at 5. Yeah, liquidity stressed out. MM's about to make big money by dropping the market like a rock to cover last week's obligations. We'll see. Finally bought 0 DT puts at SPY 411. Taking your advice and writing this until I see resistance to capture profits. Up 70%. Nice. Hey Girk, what's Gamma Max for QQQ again? I think it was like 320. Let me look. It might be a little lower than that. Oh, 328. Yeah, 328.11. Delta neutral's at 308. Gamma neutral at 311. So did QQQ fall below gamma neutral here? Am I almost profitable on these fucking things? QQQ. No. Still at like 320. Fucking crazy that an index is almost a gamma max. Just do it that way you will. Okay, a little bit of a fight for gamma neutral here on SPX, but still looks kind of bearish. Pullback. Just a stop loss hunt, maybe? What's ES looking like? The volume on ES is still declining. Any SPX positioning updates? Let's see. Looks like we slid below 40.20. 41.15 is moderately weak. There's some support at 41.10 through 4100. But if we flip to the downside of gamma max here, or gamma neutral, things get pretty bearish pretty quick, I think. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't see how we're not, I don't see how we're not seeing profit taking in this range right now. Long positions are up massively. And if we get a lot of profit taking here, especially right below gamma neutral, it can move pretty quick. So be cautious. Will NVIDIA ETFs start reducing holdings on the first red week, or does it need to drop longer than that? I mean, it depends on the ETF, but first week, first day, first month. It's kind of a compounding effect over time. Gherkin, I bought a put, lost money. Bought a call, lost money. I finally bought another put to turn the market around. Congratulations. You've done it and saved the day. That's not correct. There we go. I feel like some sort of stop should be in order here, but maybe not. Maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous. I should wait. I'll wait. Ah, green puts. I've missed you so much. You're being a greedy fuck, and it's getting me aroused. Am I really? Oh, all right, I am. You're not wrong. Here, I'll make you happy. $25%, bruh. But gamma neutral breakdown with no support. I can't ignore all the other market factors. There's no fucking calls below 41.10. If we get mass profit taking on the call side, this thing's gonna drop to like 40.80 like that. What strikes you holding for NVIDIA puts for May and June? May, I have an obscene number of 150s, which will probably only print if the market crashes. But I also have 240s and 230s for May. For June, I have 200 through 180. My greed has already paid me an extra 5% since you first spoke, Dork. And I have the stop, so, you know. Future spicing up. Are we starting to get some, like, sell volume? Ooh. Can you guys see the volume? It's, like, can you see the volume trend? Down here? Woo. See how sell volume's breaking up? Bearish. Super fucking bearish. That is spicy. Profit taking time. See, Dork, now I've locked in 25%. And I've got another 25% to play with. I'm just teaching you to, like, I'm just trying to point out that you gotta, sometimes you gotta follow the trend a little bit, right? Using the thing you were mentioning Friday today? Yeah, still. Still fucking with shit. Not actually the same thing. Different thing now. Probably equally as bad. Okay, so now I want to tighten this up. Maybe I don't want to tighten it up that much. Okay. Gold is above 2K. Recession confirmed. Nice. Did you see the thing I posted last night? Where buy gold searches fucking started rocketing at the beginning of March. Has OI changed much on SPX with that drop? Probably need a few minutes. But yeah, I mean, obviously. I don't know the safe word here, Dirk. Is it pancake? Check out bank. Wait. I don't need bank dropping too hard right now. Not until the end of this week. I've sold far too many out of the money CSPs on regional banks. Okay, it's just gonna try to fill that gap. That's fine. I don't need that in my life. The safe word is banana. Mhm. Let's see if the 4100s are going to get spooked out now. Or they're going to let everyone dump their bags on them. Yeah, I think we've got enough time now that I can maybe see some positional changes. Not a lot. Although, I still suspect a lot of the call gamma is sold. 4100 puts are coming in pretty heavily. Oh, yeah. In the money calls are breaking down really fast. 4100 is still strong, though. So there's definitely still support at 4100. I'm probably being a little greedy here, trying to play the test at 4100. But I can't imagine they'd want to hold on with, like 4050s and 4075s dumping their bags right now. Um, I don't know, if it falls a bit more, it could be like a race to get out the door. Because profitability on those positions is diminishing pretty quickly. I mean, it's down 4% since our peak already. You might ever get fixed, or are you just living in an old Godzilla movie forever? Oh, yeah, I guess I can. I have to turn off the compressor. It's gonna make me quieter, though. But I think that should put me in real time. Uh, Maybe not. I might have to. Hold on. I'm gonna. Is anything exciting happening? No. Give me 1 second. Love the stock market. You greedy bastard. I am not. Dude, I have a stop. I couldn't be less greedy. But I locked in 5% when I was there. I don't know why the fuck the pricing isn't updating. Ooh, man, people getting bearish. Like it. Oh. Do, 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 do. That's not right. Bum, 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 bum. What a tasty dip. I think we might start to get a little recovery here. We're kind of coming up to resistance on futures and volumes drifting down again. So we may get a little bit of a pop um at the end of this as like 4100s start to move out. What's going on with the E-Trade? Are they trying to get DFV shares? I don't know, man. Tech is selling off kind of hard. Are you trying to tell me there's hope for my NVIDIA 150 maze? Don't you tease me. I'm not ready. All my positions on E-Trade are showing negative 100% gain. Winning? Post on Wall Street Bets is loss porn before they fix the bug. Some others on Discord reporting E-Trade kicking people off for scheduled maintenance. What a great time to schedule your maintenance. In the middle of the trading hours. Jokes on E-Trade. My port was already negative 100%. Is Volmageddon upon us? We need to relax, Dork, alright? God, I hope so. Everyone was screaming crime like 10 minutes ago. I don't like where this is headed. We're gonna bounce off 4,100. I'm gonna have to average this piece of shit down. Did they put margin on this account all of a sudden? No. Right? No. Interesting. Jolts is going to be pretty important tomorrow. I mean, yeah, because all the other fucking jobs data comes out on the holiday. Keep buying calls, or I only have one call. And they're really not even trying to save their 4100s here. Put a stop on this. Holding NVIDIA April 21, 250p that are down like 60%. I had a 270 hedge that I sold last week, but now I'm more underwater. I love when it picks a direction. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, it's going to be one of those days where I get to exit both sides of my straddle. DMs real quick. What do you got, Carl? Ooh, Fubo FTDs. What the fuck is that? 3-3 Fubo failed 56% of its volume? Is that 4 million? G35 is 4.7? Shit. It's a lot of fails. They're fails. I wouldn't read too much into it, but that's a lot. Maybe short reposition. 4 million doesn't seem like much, but I don't know. I mean, it's not so much the 4 million fails; it's the fact that it failed 56% of its volume. Have we done it, Atomic? Have we bought the float? I missed the member stream and been in meetings all day. Did I miss anything cool? You missed the market drop $25 in 30 minutes. Yeah, about 30 minutes. 45. Is it so much to ask for one negative 10% day on Netflix? Yeah, that's a pretty big ask. I wouldn't recommend anything, Uncle Diesel. Fubo is super risky. Catching resistance here. Not really. I think the sell pressure is significantly greater than the buy pressure right now. And profitability in the long positions continues to slip. Yeah, down almost 5% on the day. This pullback is rough. Futures already lost support at 41.30. Yeah. Oh, we got a gap at what? 40.60 is where it starts. Right? 40.60.13. Where did this fucking candle open? 40.60.25. Yeah. We just got some QQQ December 300p right before the drop at 320. We'll be patient and prepared to average down in the future. Thanks for your teachings, Gurk. No problem, man. Congrats. Do you think we need to wait for earnings from major downs, or will the profit taking on the long side and selling of CCs be enough to push us down hard? I don't know. If the long side continues to take profits, yeah. And we've got a local head and shoulders here on the 1 minute, going back to on futures. So here, hold on, so you guys can kind of see it. A little head and shoulders here. So I think we still see. I cut the call, but I think we still see a little bit of this bounce back realized as 4100s start moving to take profits. If 4100s start taking profits here in any meaningful way, we're probably going to move down further. So I think we pull back up to like 40, maybe 4105 here. 4105, 4107. September 2023 puts on Nvidia sound safe-ish. I have a bunch of them. I've been buying like 170 to 140 for September. I think I have some 120s also. And then I have Jan 100s and 110s. Oh shit, someone assigned me on my Fubos or my Express CSPs. Ha! Fucking nerds. On my CCs. Who the fuck assigned me on out of the money cover calls on Express? Oh no. Okay, I just gotta sign on one. What the fuck? Oh, that's weird. I didn't buy more Express, did I? Yeah, this might be the top of the range here. Is that gonna... not quite. Chop here for a second. Downside gaps on SPX 49, 4097, 4083. Really small ones, but sure. Looks like 4098 to 96 and 4088 to 85. There's also 4084, 4082, 4080. And then 4056 through 51. I think that's like Mac with the MACD that I'm using. I think it's, I don't know, fucking some script someone coded. Express options are being weird. is only accepting orders at the nickel spread after months of allowing pennies. Huh. What's the lowest PT for today, do you think? I mean, if this fails, we could see 4080. Maybe lower. I mean, we've moved below gamma neutral. It looks like we're kind of staying below gamma neutral. Things aren't looking overtly bear or bullish right now. Futures are continuing to kind of dwindle on the volume side. So I think futures might pull back and keep testing the like 40-35 here, but it doesn't look very bullish. Like squeezing some profitability out of the 4100 position, but once that sells off, there's not a lot of local support. I mean, there's like from 4100 to 4075, gamma's pretty flat. I guess there's a little support in the 4090, 4085 range, but it's minimal, and I would expect that if 4100 broke down, those would sell off. Yeah, gamma gets real flat down to the flip point, which is at 4062. Hey Greg, long time no Dan. My first day back, I managed to pick you. What's up, hornless cow? Did anyone notice Upstart is back on Reg Show? Yeah, everyone noticed that. Girk, how are the GME tips? They look like dog shit. GME looks like it's grabbing some liquidity from IJH over the last hour. Grab some liquidity from XRT around 10:30. Both of those seem to be dropping off a little bit, so I'd imagine they're ready to short it again if the market falls off. Upstart, a little bit of covering on bots today actually as QQQ rises, but IWR getting more liquid. Yeah, Upstart doesn't look particularly great either. Not as bad, but Jamie looks awful. Like they're shorting, like they're getting ready to short. I think they have enough liquidity at least for the time being. I didn't check out CVVWAP today. The negative arbitrage is still persisting, which is fucking annoying. But barely. It's at like 0.3 negative, or negative 3.6, sorry. So almost, I mean, yeah, it looks like they've almost netted off most of it over the last few days. Not a lot left. Thoughts on WWE selling to the UFC parent company? WWE market cap at 6.5 billion. A new merged company valued at 21 plus billion. I mean, it depends on whose valuation that is, but it could be like an arbitrage opportunity there. Is it not running already? I'll take a look at it. Ooh, down on the news? Down 5% on the news. Jesus, they fucking went down hard this morning. Yeah, it looks like the bounce back is strong. Yeah, it might be an opportunity. Good for Endeavor, bad for WWE. Thoughts on Larry Chang buying 5,000 shares of GME? Who gives a fuck? 942 watching, only 340 likes. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help. I appreciate it. bear. Dirk has to be drunk. Yeah, it's too early in the day. He's working right now. Good for Endeavor. He bought it 23 2 weeks ago. He could have bought it 18. Awful entry, if I'm being honest. I mean, he probably doesn't care. But it's like, it's 5,000 shares. Who gives a fuck? Like, it's just, like, sure, it's maybe like a vote of confidence, but like, it's an inconsequential amount of shares. Do you think 0DT puts here slightly in the money would be bad? On what? On SPX? Or GME? SPX? Why the fuck would you buy in the money puts on SPX? Why the fuck would you buy 0DT in the money puts? Like, what's the point of that? DMs? I made a math boo-boo. Oh my god, Carl. It was only 10% of the volume failed? You fucking shill. Go take your exam. I just popped here to say that I have a credit for you. I have to credit you for my modest gains today. It took everything I've learned from you and played options for the first time. Thank you. Congratulations, Zephyrus. That's awesome, dude. But Larry only needs one share to be a billionaire. Fuck off, Hazy. If that were true, you'd own GameStop. Mark Tritton suing BBBY. God, I love this. It's the best timeline. 5,000 shares, checks 304 million float. Here's the deal, though. Isn't he averaging down? Full ported for nothing. We just got carled. I sold calls before earnings at Jimmy, bought them back today for 80%. Should I roll lower or wait for a bounce to resell? Think you're gonna get a bounce? Maybe. Did we close the second shoulder? We're kind of at the peak of it. So. Hmm. What the volatility of a 0DT without the major theta decay if we trade sideways? Fair, I suppose. I've bought 0DTs in the money before, but it was kind of for a different purpose. Generally, it was like part of a straddle, something like that, or like an in the money straddle. What the volatility is? I thought for myself, LOL, SPR at low levels. So when Biden covers his short on oil, I'm gonna exit my ZOM calls. Hmm. Interesting. Hey Gerg, want to buy more Fubo at $1 a share? I can't use options with my broker. What are your thoughts on coming price improvement, please? Thanks, pal. They're probably gonna continue to follow their plan for profitability through 2025. You're just opening yourself up to more losses if you're wrong by going in the money, though. I mean, if you have a tight stop, you're okay. Um, you can prevent some theta decay, although I do feel like it's very early in the day to try to prevent theta decay in any meaningful way. How many shares of Tesla you think Elon's selling today? I don't know, enough to keep Twitter afloat another quarter. I mean, I think we kind of hit the peak of this shoulder here. I guess there's a little room to the upside still, but I don't know if we're gonna realize any of it. Has the Bobby subreddit admitted defeat yet? I don't know. Thanks to you, I was able to sell CCs on GME last week, buy them back this week for a 40% profit. I'm finally starting to learn. Fucking A, man. That's awesome. Congratulations, dude. I think they heard AMC is buying Bobby and Amazon is buying AMC. MOASS is imminent. Ah, Jesus fucking Christ, man. The hopium there is something to behold. Someone gift half squart Dillionaire so he buys SPX calls. We'll be at 3,200 by the end of the day. They seriously couldn't find a buyer? What, Bobby? Who the fuck? Why would anybody want to buy that? Are you are you generally in the business of buying businesses that are failing? Judging by the way you short every run on everything, what made you not be short GME in December 2020? I don't short every run on everything. I short some runs on some things. GME still looked really good, and the call chain was fucking stacked. Also, I got in like November, so I was already long. I did close some of my position in December 2020. Fortunately for me, in January of 2020, when the price went up, like on Jan 13th, it stayed up. Because if it had come back down, I would have stopped out. Why is VIX so tired? I'd imagine because they're selling in the money calls and fucking crushing volatility. The shoulder is the size of someone taking loads of steroids. Really? And this wasn't? You know, this move where we moved from 4080 to fucking 4106. What made you get into trading? I like money. Does NVIDIA options chain look like? Where does it get spicy? Under like 40, 50. It's the wrong fucking stock. Yeah, under 250. I'm sorry, 257. 257's gamma neutral. I look like I'm injecting Tren? No, I don't. Money is the best. Have you ever filled a bathtub with cash and done a cannonball into it? I have covered my bed in cash, but I've never put it in my bathtub. I think if I did a cannonball into my bathtub, it'd probably break my bathtub or my body. Thank you, by the way, for all you do. I'm sorry for bugging out on Friday. All love, my favorite centaur. Apology considered. Did you do the nasty on the money bed? No comment. To be fair, a bed covered in money is already pretty nasty. I work with a few Nobel-winning economists, and the off chance I get to talk to one, what would you ask them? Why people pay them to do their jobs? How is economy, being an economist, any better than being a philosopher with made-up numbers? Do they think they deserved the Nobel Prize they won? You probably want to get live futures data, Chad. Is that short for Chadwick? Oh, yes, and do puts cost same like shares. That won't cause any issues at work at all. No. It's part of the arts and social science program, so they know it's like philosophy. Yeah. But they don't act like they're philosophers, even though they really are. I bet you could get away with those questions if they just claim to be on the spectrum. Hmm. I'm wondering if my currently shunned status has to do with the lack of telling you how intensely and ruggedly handsome you are as of late. I read your members chat, Baradactyl. I'm pretty sure I even did the coup thing. Sometimes, if you're my mom, okay. It's got to be a rough world to live in nowadays, named Chad. How's that treating you? Do people make fun of you a lot? Chad's last name is Giga? Oh, the world's slowest breakdown. What we're witnessing here is the very rare formation of the shoulder and the head, but the arm is extended. Or maybe that's the elbow. Well, you can't trade backwards in time though. Weenus. Oh no, Tesla backed down. Glad I didn't buy back my 187.50 421 CCs. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't listen to Stefan and buy calls. Because those did not open up this morning. You mentioned Tuesday, Jan 18th price action on Discord over the weekend. This is kind of what you'd expect for Jan 17th price action. You mentioned Tuesday, Jan 18th price action. What? What the fuck are you saying? Jan 18th? For Jimmy? I don't remember referencing January 18th ever. Oh, on SPX. Okay. There are some similarities, yeah. We might see another upside move overnight. The flat trading is very in line with what I would expect out of a peak, though. There's a lot of call interest at 4,100 that I don't think expected to be trading at 4,100 right away. Since we had a few months to research how many freaking chuggas, go with the choo-choo. It keeps me up at night. It's 4. Girls with tattoos or no tats? I don't care. I don't have any tattoos, but I don't give a shit what other people have. I really enjoy how quickly you're able to come up with responses to questions like meeting a Nobel Prize winner. Tuesday, Jan 18 was something you cited over the weekend. Okay. You can say that games rules have changed and there will be no crash. No. I don't think there was going to be a crash anyway. I mean, a crash is something that could happen during a period of instability, right? But like, they're still very rare. I think the likelihood of a steep correction still exists in a very very real way. If you have a bull case, I'd love to hear it. And by hear it, I mean rip it apart publicly. Larry Chang buying in, averaging down before Jimmy runs. Or buying in before GME tanks for the next 2 months. How to turn 100K into a milli? Okay, thanks. Well, you would want to realize returns of 1,000%. Which GME call strike did you have that you closed? 25s. My 30-year-old girlfriend wants to get her first tattoo. Her boyfriend likes the idea. I do not. What should I do? Tell her to get a tattoo of your face. That way her boyfriend has to look at it. That's the perfect solution. Hey, Greg, can you explain today's price action the way David Attenborough narrates a lion hunting a gazelle? I would never, ever attempt to imitate King Attenborough. Bruh. There will be an asset crash. Probably. You can choose one stock, not SPX, to trade on a weekly basis. Which would you feel to be the most confident to yield consistent profits? QQQ or SPY? Don't share your bull thesis. You'll get banned. I banned you because you're an idiot, not because you shared your bull thesis. Can you elaborate on that 1,000% returns part? Yeah. You will want to realize returns on your initial capital of 1,000%. And that's how you get from 100K to $1 million. How to get back 100K that you lost trying to get it to 1 million. Hand jobs. The market appears to be under the assumption that we should be up today. How do we convince it that it is wrong? Well, you know, it's already dropped quite a bit from the top. Actually, even a little bit below where it opened. I think maybe just wait and let it do its thing. My bull thesis is that everyone in the market is regarded and they won't stop buying. Have you never seen bag holders be created before? I feel like a lot of people here have experience with that. Remember when you were buying and you thought everything was great and then that thing was worth less than when you bought it? You don't think it's possible that they're doing that now? Holy shit, that's genius. Thanks, Sensei. Now you can finally sleep. How refutes an OI looking for the shoulder breakdown? I mean, there's still call interest at 4,100. Put interest looks like it's picking up a little bit, but volume's very low right now. 4080 and 4070 have started to flip negative. 4100 has a massive amount of put volume coming in. And on the longer term time frame, this is where we got to look at further dated puts. Ooh. Yeah, 4100 still support. The out of the money calls are disappearing very, very quickly. And what I can only assume is sold calls still exist at 4150 and 4200. His bull thesis is stocks go up. He's not wrong. Actually, money market flows would say that he is. I'm not an idiot. Sometimes you are. Holden Harold, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I went to New York City and I got the best whole wheat sourdough bread from Le Pan Bakery. Definitely recommend if you haven't had it yet. I'm not a huge fan of sourdough, but I might try it. Thanks for all you do. I just turned 100K into 1 million using that trick you outlined. Awesome. I feel like I'm making such a difference in the world now. I'm out of the hospital, sold the house, and ready to be green. Fucking A, Harold and Harold. Congratulations, man. How's the recovery going? Can I get the Mo Money song? Alright. I gotta find it. Give me a second.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Dork, do you think I'm dumb? You get way too emotional about the most vanilla strategy in the universe. here's my problem. Bipolar Bear is that you allow your covered call positioning to influence all of your thoughts about the market. You're also obstinately contrarian with absolutely no data or thesis to back it up. Have you ever wondered if these New York City suggestions are just ploys to capture a glimpse of you IRL? Listen, if he wants to stand in a fucking bread shop for the next 2 years in order to see me, fine. Uh, hmm. Oh, maybe it doesn't. You know what we should do after we all get rich off this crash? Go to that donut place and make it a legit business for one day. Mm, I'm not sure how I feel about that. All right, well, there's the 4110 test. Is this the time? Great bread recipe if you have a Dutch oven and a kitchen scale. I know how to make that. I can imagine you in Little Italy getting into some primo braciole and pasta. I'll just make that myself. I hate going to Italian restaurants, usually. There's very few I'll eat at. Can you explain what's going on with GameStop's implied volatility? Fidelity is showing it at 65. It's probably because it's at 65. Future catching a little bit of a bud. Meh. Capitulation. Have you ever tried bread with olive oil at an Italian restaurant? Oh, fucking Christ. Gurg, if I may, I just want to send a shout out to the Bobby crowd for their bravery for running into a burning building to save the bath towels that Ryan Cohen didn't want. It's pretty commendable. I I mean, I was finding it really hard to be bullish on Bobby into the end of the period where I owned it, and it was worth way more money. Um, After Cohen sold, I don't know. I never saw a bull case. I feel like 90% of Italian restaurants are too bland. Like they cater to people in their 70s or something. Maybe. Remember a few months ago when I said GameStop would be entering a new era of lower IV, and CC sellers should be concerned. Chef's kiss. I don't know if this is really indicative of an era of lower IV, but it is definitely a period of lower IV. Yes, that's what happens, Velvet, when calls and puts fall off of the chain. Are you bull adjacent bear or bear adjacent bull? That's a good question. I should bring trash bags of this to Olive Garden and dump out bottomless pasta, and so we have buku leftovers. Gross. My Nvidia puts costs same like Bobby shares. My one friend messaged me about a month ago telling me there's nowhere to go but up with Bobby. I ignored him. You should donate to his local soup kitchen at least. Win retest of 4100. Nope, this just looks boring. It looks like we're headed back to 4108 real fast. We're just gonna bear flag for the next 3 hours. Next 2 days, dork. We're gonna bear flag for 2 days and then break to the upside. Vixen shambles. It's okay. Oil's only up 600 BPS today. What are you doing with your Friday off? I don't know, man. I haven't had a Friday off in a long time. I'm gonna get weird, I think. Maybe I'll have brunch. Friday brunch. I'm sure you've answered this, but I just got on. Is it GMECC time? Or are we waiting still? I mean, I haven't been waiting. I just also haven't had the liquidity to sell them all. I haven't used a vacation day in over a year. You want to go to brunch? Maybe go long oil when Santa Cruz gets bullish as fuck on it. He has good insight. I'm already long oil. I like to go long oil 6 months after Dunstan goes long oil. Trade the bond market and beef futures. Ew. Bottomless mimosas and 4 servings of eggs Benedict. It's gonna be some really colorful vomit. Bobby update shares at 37 cents. When's their stock split? Aren't they splitting the stock? I mean, they're starting to short GameStop, but not a lot. They haven't moved into like strong short positions on it yet. I was in Manhattan on Sunday and I thought I saw you, but then I thought, no, this can't be Girk. Then I realized it really was you. It was just an April Fool's joke stream title. Okay. It's now a 20-1 reverse split, no date yet. Okay. Ugh, this is boring as shit. I'll be right back. Breakdown failure. We got call buyers coming in anywhere? Hold on. I'm getting the sense this is recovering too much. I don't like it. Let's go to Olive Garden for brunch on Good Friday in Times Square. Forget Jesus and his loaves of bread. My bottomless soup and breadstick combo can feed 10,000. Oh, man. I don't ever want to eat at an Olive Garden for any reason. Some 4120 calls coming in. I don't really know if that skews things bullishly enough. The 4005 P0 DT pulled out. Oh, that's not good. Did they? Yeah, a little bit, I guess. We'll see how much momentum we get. This drops. I don't know if this is going to break down. Maybe just trade flat more. $41.42 on futures to hit top of the future shoulder. Okay, I kind of see what you're looking at. Maybe. Yeah, I guess that's about right. Yeah, 41 42.75. Maybe 41 42.50. I mean, we kind of already tested it. But we'll see how much this breaks down. That's my concern, is that this doesn't break down enough. Right? Like if we don't get a good breakdown to like 105, 104, then it's going to be really hard to get the 4100s that held through 4098 out, right? Rev is settled. Shareholders get zip zilch. Huh. So who's buying it? Like, it's still trading. Now it's up. Well, last one for trading beyond April lies at the least bit recouping a bit of cash from my Nvidia 220s. Any chance or time to hang hat for a bit? Which ones do you have? You have April 220s. I assume you were holding those for a market crash of some sort. And where's your break even? You need to see what, like 230 in the next week? It's pretty unlikely. I'm not saying it can't happen, but That's kind of unlikely. But insiders are selling. I mean, he sold like 5,000 shares. Jensen did all his selling last year. Insider ownership is 86%. Yeah. Is Perlman gonna recall all the shares now to sell? That'd be funny as hell. I've still got mine. Lambos are right off. I remember you mentioned during a crash, Spike had hit 280 or 285. What would QQQ drop to during the similar situation? I don't know. I haven't really done valuation analysis on QQQ. And that's like a full-on crash. And kind of a reach even in that case. Where's SPX in relation to the movie Big Fish at the circus? Can we break down to 4,100 again? Eventually. Not immediately, though. So looking like we move back to the upside. 41.15 maybe. What's your price target for Jimmy in the next 6 months? Fuck, man, I don't know. What like you want to know the price of GME in October of this year? I have no fucking clue. JP Morgan go under if Jamie Dimon gets linked to Epstein? No, they just replace him. If Jamie doesn't show obvious price improvement till Wednesday, then the run might be over before next OPEX in May. The fucking run's like looks like it's over, man. Like it doesn't look bullish. They've just been bleeding off the negative arbitrage and netting it out over the last like 5 days, and even the insane pressure in the market wasn't enough to get them to capitulate. What's your thesis on your Nvidia play? I had a friend who's in a similar trade. He keeps getting clobbered. I'm trying to convince him fundamentals don't matter to Nvidia price action at the moment. They don't.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, Nvidia's trading at like a 160 PE right now, but they will matter. I don't think they'll be able to prop up quarter one earnings. Um, I also think that a large part of the current price action on Nvidia is due to ETF buying. And when the market goes down, which I expect it will as we approach quarter one, or when the current surge in oil spikes inflation again, um, Nvidia will experience the same ETF sell-off effect that it saw as ETFs were buying in, just in the opposite direction, and that'll probably accelerate its downside movement as it usually does. I've got plenty of time. It's also very, very profitable to sell weekly out of the money calls on it. I have one Bobby share at $28 to remind me how far I've come as a regard. Hmm. Buying zero GT puts now. Watch this rip spectacularly. I probably wouldn't enter puts right now. I would maybe wait a little longer. I don't think it's gonna rip spectacularly, but I think it's gonna fucking not go down hard. Too late? Alright. That's why I don't hedge my Nvidia puts. I don't want to buy your calls. Fair enough. 1 second, I'm gonna go grab my food. Ah, yes, more flat. You know, I'll credit AMC holders and Bobby holders with at least one thing. They buy fucking options on the stock they like. You know? Like, if you look at the number of massive volatility moves on Bobby and Jamie, or Bobby and AMC, it's significantly higher than Jamie in the last, like, 8 months. You think that Bobby and AMC owners are attempting to make money off their stock? Desperately. Oh, there were a few idiots that DRS'd Bobby, but not many. I got a ham and cheese croissant delivered from the cafe across the street. It's like Gruyere and ham on a croissant, and an insult to French people. Is there any reason Ryan Cohen wouldn't buy GME stock again since they're profitable? Because he owns enough already? I don't know if we'll persist in the upper ranges as long as we did in February. You know, people spend more on entertainment during a recession. Does that extend to cosmetics? I believe so. If I remember correctly, cosmetics just didn't. It wasn't that people spent more on them during a recession. It was that they just were unaffected by a recession. Like the growth rate remained steady, or at least through like 2008 to 2012. See any news this week that can make SPY SPX gap down closer to 400, 4,000? I mean, positionally, a capitulation of long positions right now could easily see us return to those levels. Um, without any extra news needed. We would just have to see profit taking. which I would say that long holders are currently encouraged to do. As far as news, I mean, I don't know. You'd think that the news over the weekend would have been sufficient, given the reaction of inflation to increased oil prices, but I guess the market wants to see if that's really going to happen this time. Because after this weekend, like before this weekend, they should have been pricing inflation like this into 2024. Maybe like 3% here. After this weekend, they should be pricing inflation like this. But we'll see. Have you heard of the hot waitress index? What, as waitresses get hotter, it's a sign of a recession? Don't remind people to hit the like button. Popular streamers end up moving into streamer houses. I don't think you want to share a house with JFresh and Dork, do you? I can't think of anything I love more. How hot was the croissant slinger? I mean, he was pretty average. Maybe like a 6. He had kind eyes, you know? I made croissants last weekend, but don't let them proof enough. They were so dense. Just don't overproof them like the place I just ate from. Slightly bullish into the end of day. No. No, it looks like we've run out maybe the tail end of the bullish momentum here. Not fully, but we're getting close. We may start to see some more profit taking in a minute. They gifted me these 2 tiny muffins. Walnut. Bran. Oh.
That is... I can't. It's like fucking concrete. It's not even day old. It's fresh. It's like moist, but the bran attacks the saliva in your mouth. You know? Jesus fucking Christ. It's like chewing on a sponge. Or maybe like a ShamWow. Why is UNG so low? Because after Russia cut off natural gas supplies, Europe went out and created a new supply chain for it. Okay. Lemon poppy, delicious. Do you think the rise of chatbots could be correlated with the rise of stocks like Disney and Netflix? As more people will have more free time? Yeah, but those people won't be able to afford services, right? I think in their current iteration, chatbots are mostly useless. I mean, they make some tasks easier, but they're also confidently incorrect about a lot of things. They're only as smart as the people who program them. So they're not independently thinking, right? And is the data used to train them? They'll get paid to interact with chatbots. That's my job. Oxy August 75 is a bad idea. Might be. I'm sure there'll be a reaction to the Saudi pullback of production. And if there is, if there's like, a political action or the US comes to some kind of agreement, that could drop oil prices pretty quickly. Eliza Yudikowski thinks we should halt all AI dev indefinitely and make plans to monitor global GPU dedication towards powering AI functions. He's probably right. He's like the scientist in every movie where they don't listen to the scientist, right? He's a bit nutty. But he's all like, hey guys, I made this thing, don't use it. And we're like, but bro, how am I supposed to Google things? Do you prefer Detroit style pizza over Chicago deep dish? I mean, anything's better than that soup bowl garbage they serve in Chicago. Like DiGiorno. Ugh. You have a price target for Google towards the end of the year? I think you were looking at 65 to 70, roughly. 70 to 76. I do have a $67 target, although I highly doubt I'll see it. Do you have a long-term portfolio? Yeah. If so, mind sharing a few picks that may have a good entry point at the moment. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Them there are fighting words. What are? Will AI replace white-collar jobs in finance or tech in the future? Probably. Upper middle class is, I would say, the most at risk. I mean, like, ChatGPT doesn't replace good programmers, but it replaces mediocre programmers, and there's a lot of those, right? The economic debt from that is enormous. You know, those people went to college for 4 years to get computer science degrees and then 6 more months to learn Java. No, no one likes Java, but some people do. And they're about to get usurped by a bot that can just do their job for other people. And that's probably very bad economically. Because without those skills, like without that skill holding value, they're gonna have to work at, like, well, Starbucks. Yeah, I don't think it's quite the same. I wouldn't call a computer programmer, most computer programmers, mathematicians. I think there's computer programmers that will absolutely use AI as a tool, and I think there are computer programmers, quite large swaths of them, that will be unemployed because of AI. Making Java, ironically. Do you have an idea on the date? No, I don't. I don't really have a date target. It's just it's like a DCA order. If it falls that low, I'll buy some shares. I program and I am the complete opposite of a mathematician. There are 4 days for the people against the agreement to appeal. The judge granted that today. Okay. Interesting. The computer science industry is oversaturated with workers, especially since you can get a job without a degree. So become a full-time trader investor is our only chance to some wealth? Absolutely not. That's probably a great way to burn up your wealth. Um, I mean, traders and investors are, well, analysts aren't very insulated, but traders are a little more insulated because the chaos of the market is hard for AI to predict right now, but that could change. Believe me, BlackRock and all of them have been, trying to build up AI systems for a long time.
How do you decide a good entry point on a long-term hold? Well, you would figure out how much it's worth, and then you would try to buy it for less. Read securities analysis. I think mediocre programmers will have to learn to use Chat GPT effectively. The good ones will still design, optimize, and manage things. The market is oversaturated with programmers, but everyone still wants an app. I mean, yeah, but like, gone are the days of like being able to Google better than your boss, right? Except that the issue being there's a lot of extremely mid people in tech, but still a talent shortage at the top end. Do you think AI could ever be able to actually trade something like SPX for a long time while making money? I mean, there's a lot of like algorithms that trade SPX profitably already. So yeah, I'd imagine so. Hey man, I took this Google online cert class. Can I be a programmer now? Yes. Those days are far from over. Well, now you have to be able to Google better than Chat GPT, which doesn't seem to be hard in its current iteration. How often do you reevaluate securities in your long-term holdings when their covered calls expire? I'm in IT. The only reason I have a job is because the majority of the US doesn't know how to Google at all, let alone well. I've been trying some sandbox algo trading with Tradier. How's that working out? You blow up your port yet? It's really hard to build algorithms that are successful over time that don't have massive drawdowns. I remember seeing TikTok videos of people working at people's workday at Google, Facebook. It was mostly them grabbing food at the cafeteria, checking email, grabbing a coffee, and playing ping pong. Most of them got laid off from what I saw. I mean, sometimes there's a lot of employees at like big tech companies that are kept on simply because they don't want to fire them. Either because they don't want to invalidate their like NDA because of a project they work on or something like that, or um, because they want their like shares to vest out and then they get rid of them. Remember how all gaps have to be filled? I found a gap last January's high of 48.1862 in infinity. When do you think that gap will be filled? I mean, probably at some point. 5 years, maybe? 3 years? 3 to 5 years? Or they don't want the competition to have them. I mean, I had a buddy who was at Apple for like a couple years, and he worked on like two projects right when he got there, and then they just stopped assigning him work, and he was just there, like that TV show, Silicon Valley. Like he did nothing all day. Jim Simons is great proof of algos being able to beat markets for decades consistently. Renaissance Tech averaged 39% a year after fees for three decades, although he might be a fluke. He appears to be one. And they don't just use algorithmic trading at Rentech. They have a very, very diversified set of strategies. And they're extremely high risk, which is how they're able to consistently return so much. And if you notice, they're the only people doing that with any kind of consistency, right? So yeah, algo trading still very hard. Day in the life of Feng are marketing to potential employees. Also, Google just announced cutbacks and free snacks. Oh shit. I'm a decent programmer. I'm bracing to be displaced by mediocre developers from Fang getting the cut. I'm forever thankful for your teaching, giving me an opportunity to move on from being a wagey or a future job at Wendy's. Thanks, Yaga. I hope you don't get displaced by some low-level programmer that got a job at a Fang company. I think so. I think when he was at Apple, he worked on he worked with their like oh fuck was it like this engineering team that was working on planned obsolescence, and they didn't want to fire him because they didn't want him to breach his NDA. And as far as I know, he's still with them. I don't know if they've ever actually assigned him another job in that time frame. But I know like he kept like going in and saying he wanted to leave, and they would like promote him and give him a raise, and then still not continue to give him work. I'm sure Apple's like planned obsolescence engineering is very, very valuable in their competitors' hands, right? I'm not worried. I went long on IT automation, not for any altruistic reasons. I'm just lazy. Nice 1 second guy. Circle of life. Did did you lose it on Apple? Apple has the most insane NDAs. My friend interviewed there and they wouldn't even tell you which team you work for, and so you agree to take the job. Huh. Hey, wait a minute. The bear flag broke down. I know. What is this? Rationality? I mean, lack of interested buyers? I think there were some. Or they're just done selling in the money calls at 4,100. I heard that Apple tries to get people to quit by just not giving good RSUs, so it takes a while for the initial RSU grants to finish off, and the living expenses start making want to quit. Huh. I don't know. Not really my field, so. Now we get another bear flag. Yeah, Bear flag, drop off into bear flag. So we get this, it breaks down, and then we form another one. And that breaks down, and then we form another one. No, I won't. I won't do that. This is your friend here seeing how you're doing today. When's the next OI update? Thanks. It's not a lot has changed. Volume's really low through the midday. It looks roughly the same as it did, like 2 hours ago. Please press the like. I can't. It doesn't give me a little thumb button to click. I'd like myself if it'll let me, but it doesn't. You can't triple flag a double flag, Lloyd. Lloyd. Apple's RSUs vest begin. Apple RSUs begin to vest after 1 year. Huh. Oracle's currently smashing the will to live out of every Cerner employee they pulled in with the deal. No raises or incentive comps for 2023. You should tell Popcorn Trader. He'd be very interested. Any sign of this crazy Future buying today? This morning, and then it faded off real quick. Do you hold any Bitcoin? No, I'm not an idiot. Can you like yourself all you want later after market close? I've owned Bitcoin. I've sold that Bitcoin for far more than it is worth currently. And I will not buy it again until it is worth much less. So I was going to ask, you want the most annoying sound in the world, but now I'm curious, what do you think is the most common, most annoying question you get asked? Probably when people ask me what the most annoying question I get asked is. It's either that or what mean as an initial knee-jerk response to any kind of information. I love how the May put I rolled into is barely up after a 15 BPS overall decrease in the underlying since I opened it today. VIX is a scam. Yeah. What's your point? Do you think we could test over 4100 later today? I'm wondering if I should cut puts here. This day destroyed me. Why such a hard stance on Bitcoin? I think it's worthless. I think if it ever becomes worth anything, governments will regulate the shit out of it, making it worthless again. It is. It directly contradicts the goals of centralized government. And since we live in societies that are governed by those bodies, they are not going to allow it ever to gain any kind of meaningful foothold. Even if they have to make the ownership of it and transactions of it illegal, which they can do. That doesn't mean you can't do it, but you can be arrested for doing it. Constitutions can change, and there's a lot of loopholes in our constitution. I thought about going long Bitty, inverse Bitcoin ETF. I've been slowly buying shares. I think given the current macro conditions, I might wait. We already saw kind of a flee to Bitcoin, a little bit. It wasn't huge, but when there was started to be some bank trouble. If we get a crash, we may see that again. Although I think anybody that flees there will ultimately sell out after a crash. So I'd be cautious. I think Bitcoin might be lagging in the event of like a serious pullback. Thanks for your opinion, Cam. It's not unconstitutional. Crypto bros triggered. They're always triggered. I believe one of the rules of currency is it has to be able to be used for taxes. Trouble in petrodollar paradise. Zom's ripping today and never rips on news of BRICS countries making oil trades without US dollars. I don't think BRICS countries are an inherent threat to the petrodollar. People buying during bad bank news just extends the dead cat bounce. Lets me enter cheaper. Yep. Petition to remove what me in reaction on Discord. Only thing more annoying is crime. I could remove it. It's weird how Americans quote the Constitution but don't realize it can be amended. I mean, it doesn't need to be amended to make cryptocurrency a criminal asset, right? You just need to write laws that make the transacting of cryptocurrencies illegal. You just don't get it, and no, I didn't buy it at the top, and I'm now bag holding. Every crypto bro who's calling for 1 million BTC end of year, that's not gonna happen. USA tried to ban alcohol too. They didn't try, they did, then repealed it. Oh, it doesn't matter. It adds inherent risk to doing the thing. Crypto's risky enough. Crypto bro, same as Bobby bro. There's an antique store that opened locally, and the owner advertises she only accepts Bitcoin as payment. I give it 3 months. Okay. What a strange. People can troll Munger's BTC take all they want, but he has more political pull than any crypto bro. Yeah. China tried to ban Bitcoin. How did that work for them? Fine. They'll create centralized currencies. They'll create centralized digital currencies. That's like a whole ass constitutional amendment, and America will never be that united again. Probably not. Crypto with institutions is like 1 million people trading the same coin back and forth. I mean, if institutions pull the rug on crypto, it's pretty fucked for quite some time. Crime was never organized before 1920. Prohibition of any recreational drug leads to a black market and organized crime syndicates. Organized crime syndicates will exist anytime there's opportunity to make money on something in the black market, right? Disorganized, decentralized crime. What would regulation of crypto assets allow more institutional investment and increase the value of the coin? It depends on the type of regulation, right? Multiple high-level Goldman Sachs traders retired after Doge ran to 70 cents, and they publicly stated it's why. There were stablecoins rugged through big money. People in here thinking crypto... Was that it? Was that the whole... Market is boring. Yeah, I kind of said that it was going to be earlier. Hmm. Let's see here. Yeah, no real change in the interest levels right now. Still looks pretty flat. 4120 might have picked up a little interest, but it doesn't seem like a lot. And 4115 sold off kind of the hard there on the bear flag breakdown. This still just looks boring. Recovery in the upper range here. Maybe we see a test of like 113, 115 coming. Which puts us like, yeah, maybe back to this level. Or like 115 right here. Oh god, today's gonna be the worst. I'm gonna snag so much Palantir on the next leg down. Nice. If we ended under 4080, I'll throw a party tonight. Cool. We've tested 410, like 4110, like 7 times. When will it just fail? I mean, it failed earlier. Now we're more stable here. The 4100 calls that were open Friday for today are still in the money. They obviously have a vested interest in staying in the money, right? My favorite quote from the latest JPOW deepfake was, "You think Jamie Dimon wants to lose money and be deposed in the Jeffrey Epstein case in the same week?" Important to remember that Bitcoin will likely fall under regulatory scrutiny as a commodity and not a security. And it's unique in that sense. Fidelity just started trading to all customers. We'll see. Are there any pros and cons of SPX, SPY SPX, except for the price? SPX has oh Jesus Christ. SPX has a tax benefit. It's 60% long-term gains, 40% short-term gains. What was a chat GPT reply? My older daughter, Gherk, and her sister, Gherk, had a wonderful time on vacation last week, funded in part by trades made with insight from you, Gherk. Thanks. How are they feeling about being named after me so late into their lives? NVDASAQ. Not looking as bullish. You think that signal will drop with the market if it sells off? I've been watching in the past, and it seems to have negative beta. It probably does. Most of healthcare has some negative beta. My SPY 43407P is still holding out hope. I've named him Timmy, and I'm afraid he's not long for this world. I see. They're still opposed, but I'll wear them down in short order. Okay. I'm finding it super interesting that more and more countries are considering banning Chat GPT and other AI models. We might see this become problematic instead of profitable. For the sake of my NVIDIA puts, I hope that's true. Hmm. Yeah, the bull side today has no fucking momentum. I like it. I just keep yelling at them. Be happy I didn't name you Cornishon or worse, Dan. I've noticed Bloomberg isn't having Romain Bostic do the closing show recently. He's been getting spicy lately, and he is now my hero. Interesting. They're just calling out the bullshit like a champ with his terse remarks on how shitty things looked. I do find Bloomberg tends to be a more or a less biased source of information sometimes. Um, I think it's because the people who watch Bloomberg mostly, but they do tend to be a lot better than the more mainstream financial news outlets like CNBC or Fox Business that are very like agendized, you know. Um, Somebody wants to ask Girk about SPX 1227 expiration 400p as a Rova play to inverse Dunstan from Discord. How's that a Rova play? You're not out of the money. Also, puts aren't Rova plays. You have to. It's calls. You'd want like a 1227 500C as a Rova play, not a 1227 400p. Well, unless you sold it, maybe. No. QQQ just gapped down 3 BPS. Bullish. Italy banned GPT. Germany today said they're considering banning due to data protection laws. This could see EU as a whole following suit, as they are big on data protection. I have a question for maybe the people that are more informed on this subject than me. With quantum computing, doesn't blockchain become obsolete? Okay. Just making sure that my understanding of that is valid. Yeah. I'm aware that a lot of things become obsolete. Well, we're like, what? Estimates are like 10 to 15 years out from functional quantum computers. And they've, well, really good ones, at least. I think this is the failure. We're getting close. 105 Cs are drawing back a little bit. If they pull here, I don't know. We need some short side momentum to force the 401 4100 calls out. Quantum computing enables the factoring of large numbers, making current encryption dead for large enough quantum computers. Okay. Quantum resistant cryptographic algorithms. Yeah. I I I don't know if that'll be a thing. That just creates like an arms race, right? Chat GPT removing coder jobs and other coders make less as coder labor demand drops. I'm so glad I dropped out of college and got into union trade work. Anybody holding calls is in deep shit. Maybe. It seems a bit early for that statement. I don't disagree with you, but it is a bit early. Bro. Oil just mooned. I know. That said, make your money in the market while you can. I'm sure quantum HFT will be a thing, and then we'll all be fucked. The majority of put interest falling on 421 or further. I mean, with VIX slowly rising, you can assume that incoming puts are, you know, probably dated 30 DTE or greater. There's some interest for 421, but there's also interest coming in further out. We're getting really close to 421. This shit is a pile of ass. NVIDIA's thesis just got outlawed. Yeah, still 260, 270, 274. Okay, I sent you updated FTD charts to the big three. The issue I had before was that it wasn't including dates that didn't have FTDs. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. Upstart has fails every single day. Ooh. Nice. Pretty decent. Numbers aren't as high as they were before, but it looks like it's starting to compound again. So that's nice. Jimmy still looks like shit. At least it picked up some FTDs through that January period. Although we need to see the earnings period for GME, which doesn't come till the next FTD report. It doesn't matter if Chat GPT is outlawed. NVIDIA didn't make it anyway. I don't know what you're talking about. I've had multiple people tell me that NVIDIA not only made, but also owns Chat GPT. Source was, trust me, bro. It's the future. Mhm.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh.
Has anybody asked how will Chat GPT make money? No. Classic consolidation on SPX. See you at 41.85. ChatGPT is self-funding through 419 scams. Okay, that's pretty funny. I saw something about ChatGPT is owned by OpenAI, controlled by Microsoft. The Nvidia fund goes deeper than we thought. I know who owns it, and who bought rights to it. I asked ChatGPT where my tea is, and the site crashed. Bullish. Oh shit. Loop Capital just downgraded Upstart. Good for them. Who's Jensen Wang and his large language models? Oh, another round of people ready to lose their life savings in Dogecoin. The sophisticated move is to lose your life savings on Cardano. Let us chortle at those idiots in rapture's glee as we wait for our underwater puts to print. Exactly. Man, it's so much exit liquidity, right? The greater fool theory carries on. It's really the cornerstone of U.S. economic policy. Nope. I thought Dogecoin was a Reddit joke. I mean, it kind of is. I don't get it. Do puts lose theta if I store them underwater? Yes. It's a thing of beauty. Stupidity I could never hope to achieve. Speaking of Doge, when is my Cardano gonna make me a billionaire? I blame Gaff and only Gaff for this atrocity. Gaff's PT on Cardano is like $4. Did the 4100 just sell off a bunch? A little bit, but I don't know if it sold off enough to replace, 4110 coming in. Still just looks kind of stagnant. I think we chop a little longer here. Or maybe like pull down to the 4105 level and chop. Did Muhammad Bot hack Twitter to get back at us for banning them? Who's Muhammad Bot? I didn't know all the EMAs like to hang out together. You need to store your contracts in the fridge if you want them to last longer. Shelf life is horrible on the counter. Yeah, but don't freeze them because then they form microcrystals, which ruptures their cellular structure. As a pigeon whale, I can call for Gaff to be exiled in the most horrific and violent way. Also, he might be more regarded than me and all the other pigeon whales combined. Remember ADA staking? I don't. Let me know when Doge is at 50 cents so I can drop some bags. I'm not gonna watch Dogecoin. I don't care what it's worth. I already dumped my Doge at like 37 cents. Check DMs. For what? Oh, it's Turd. Hey, Turd. All right, I got it. Google traffic stats on how often busy Starbucks next to State Street is, then backs off the data with frequency of Wendy's applications against the Jimmy price change. And what have you discovered? Wait, is that in Boston? I was at their building not that long ago. Do you want to know something? I know the guy who directs ETF strategy there. He's a fucking brain dead idiot. But he loves cocaine and he's got a big mouth. Those are my favorite kind of friends in high places. Stop talking about me. Jamie CC's from this morning, paying off big. Buy them back or just let them bleed for the last 20%. Any expected rip this week? There was a small chance we saw something happen today, but it's not looking promising with the market pulling back. Is he a self-aware brain dead idiot like me, or does he just not know he's the fall guy yet? I think it's the latter. What is the best fruit? Banana? Bananas are a berry. The buried VIX before that SPX drop. I sense a big Futes buy coming soon. Maybe as we get closer to 4,100. I think we're just gonna chop here. The momentum, like all the momentum stuff, looks like garbage. Just boring as fuck. DMs. Okay. What is it, Turd? Wait, you didn't send me anything, you son of a bitch. I already read the thing you said, and then I responded to it, and then you told me to look at your DMs again. You sold in the money calls? How far out? How deep in the money? I'm not gonna tell you. Henny. Because I don't want you getting the fills ahead of me. Was that million volume Fubo candle that dropped the price down 10% discussed? What might have happened there? Someone bought a bunch of puts? Ugh. Yeah, it looks like the MM's burning up the 1 DTEs that got bought on Friday. It really does. I mean, this is just, we're like caught right in the middle of all of the open interest. So Elon doing Doge Pump. It's on their website now, desktop browser version. Top left above the home icon instead of the Twitter logo. I guess he didn't sell enough Tesla this morning to cover Twitter's expenses, so he needs to dump his Doge bags. Wait, at the end of this, Musk will reveal he's a large holder of Dogecoin. I hope you think of us 10 years from now when Fubo finally hits $5. I'll remember you fondly, Potato Tom. I love holding 4110C and 408P. Am I winning? Hmm. I used to work in a kitchen. My chef had a major coca issue. When he would go for a bump, he said he was going to go smell his keys. It was super productive after those breaks. I never figure out what his keys smelled like, though. I think most professional kitchens are a den of drug and alcohol abuse, repressed anger. Hey, Gurk, are you actually Elon Musk with an AI avatar? No. Although it'd be really funny if Elon Musk was spending like 8 hours a day just hanging out with people on YouTube. Words in a kitchen, I wouldn't call the anger repressed. I mean, it's not always taken out on other people. Sometimes it's internalized. I don't drink and I don't do drugs. That's because you can't afford them. If JFresh's own logic on AMC and entertainment spending, why isn't he bullish on GME? What? He's not bullish on AMC either. He's just fucking with you people. You know he's in here right now? He's just making a killing on Cat and Snap. My phone connection is no bueno. I'm curious what your current positions are on SPX, but I can't make them out. I posted them last night in the fucking Antillionaires. I have a bunch of 4,000 Ps for next Monday, which I'm probably gonna cut soon. I simply don't know any dealers. Okay, well, I mean, your issue is in obtaining the drugs and alcohol needed to get through your day at your kitchen job. It's not that you wouldn't do them if given the opportunity. You've just got a supply chain problem. That's not true. Some people have like a drug addiction. Other people have a drug habit. I know lots of people with money that have drug habits. See, a drug habit is when you can afford the drugs. A drug addiction is when you can't. I have an SPX 0 DTE habit. Buy some 407p with me. Uh, I feel like I have enough puts. I have 4075s. I have 4075s, 4050s, 4000s, and 3850s. And I still have half of my 4100s from Friday. So, yeah, I'm alright on the puts. Thanks for the offer, Hazy. Wait. One of my best friends has a great way to describe this. If you do a lot of drugs but are still a productive member of society, you're a drug enthusiast. Ooh, I like that. No, I actually don't drink at all. But regarding drugs, yes, I have supply chain issues, just like the U.S. economy. It's just like Ozzy said. I don't have a drug problem. I got a lot of money. Man, that guy has actually fried his brain. I have those too, but they expire in 3 hours. Well, we'll both be happy if the market drops below 4100 today, right? Nasdaq has bounced off 12,100 6 times. It's got a strong floor. How far out are your 4000s? 410. I actually have them for 410 and 421. That's me at work. I do drugs and alcohol to get through the day. I hate interacting with people, so it helps with that. Sup, Kirk? Barry here. With OPEC cutting their oil production, when do you think SPX will begin drilling to restart replenishing the Pickle Jar's strategic portfolio reserve? Well, OPEX is officially like over now, right? So this is generally the time when Pickle Jar makes the most money before the next OPEX. Although we made money on this OPEX, so maybe the market rising is the punishment for that. Are we gonna bounce here? Bounce back to 407. Momentum looking good for a break of 4100, or are we going to see a lot of pushback? There's no momentum anywhere. I'm listening to Edith PF right now. Statistically speaking, the market is a womp womp whenever she comes on. Okay. Have you read Positional Option Trading, Huang Sinclair? I think I've read excerpts from the book. SPX bulls are the worst. You mean market makers? Yeah, they really suck. Would my puts go big green after they expire? Or you capitulate? Either way. Have you seen Ozzy lately? He's practically normal. All that mumbling and stuff was because he was misdiagnosed, and the medicine they gave him messed him up. He also has Parkinson's. Really? That's fucking crazy. Because he's been mumbling like a drug-addled invalid since the 70s. I don't think he was on medicine back then. Well, at least not prescribed. On the weekend stream, you said that we could stay above SPXGN for 2 to 5 days. Why did we only stay above for an hour? because well, we went above it and then fell below it, right? So we failed the test of gamma neutral. Also, has GN moved? It could have, yeah. I mean, we won't know till tonight. My one consolation is that on any red day, however red, some ETF somewhere has to sell NVIDIA. That's true. Yeah. If NVIDIA ever actually had a red day. Maybe today will be it. Edith has failed, maybe. You know what didn't fail to predict this breakout, Dork? However small it may be. Bananas. BAN. What the fuck? I'll be right back. Okay. That was the safe word. No, there's a big fucking hornet in my apartment. He's maybe dead now. I sprayed him with shit. I hope he's dead. The VWasp is back, baby. Maybe. It might be a while. I don't know. It's fucking huge. I don't want to get stung. I sprayed it with this like peppermint oil shit I bought, and now the room smells terrible. Why you no acknowledge my DM? What DM? I see it. There's a notification there. I learned to spell bananas from Rafi, not Gwen Stefani. How old were you when you learned to spell bananas? Yeah, the VWasp, well, a VWasp was back. This is what I get for opening my window. Ken Griffin, god damn it, why didn't we think of strapping a camera to a VWasp was the best way to spy on this asshole? Oh, interesting. Why do you think peppermint oil kills wasps? That's what it says it does. Red God candle the next 30 minutes. Maybe sooner than that. I mean, I knew how to spell bananas, but it got cemented when that song came out. Oh. Can we get VWasp on the screen? No, because I'm not going to pick him up. I'm pretty sure he's not dead yet. He's just incapable of flying because he's covered in oils. Don't watch it unless you're as ready to be sad. Lost multiple people I care deeply for recently, and I don't want you to be next. I don't want to be sad. Why would you send me sad things? I'm sorry you lost people. The song came out when I was 8, so it's like 19 years old now, though. Fair enough. Peppermint oil repels wasps, not insecticidal advice. Did you spray it with essential oils? Basically, yeah. You could have smashed it if you had a rock salt lamp. Himalayan rock salt lamp. That's on inverse pi-fi ETF. Give it a shot. Is the plan to convince the VWASP that you're trying to get him involved in an MLM scheme and scare him off? Because that may work. I haven't tried that. Do you think I should go with like Herbalife? Who did you spray SPX with some of that peppermint? Another insecticidal life pro tip: Windex is the easiest and most efficient way for killing houseflies. Huh. An essential oils MLM. Now, System of a Down. Man, my playlist is quite bearish today. I see that. How has Jimmy not dropped further? Do you think the market is actually wary of a second profitable quarter? Man, the market is flat today. That's why Jamie hasn't dropped further. So I'm trying to read into it more. It's a flat market. No, the market is not wary of a second profitable quarter from Jamie. They were barely profitable in what is historically their best quarter of the year. Thoughts on Upstart? What about it? I did buy rights this morning on it. And then I used the credit to buy puts. I was gone for an hour and hit the catch up button. I swear the stream didn't change at all. That's how flat today has been. It's pretty annoying. Hopefully, when some volume picks up in a little bit, we get some momentum. Pancake Market's gonna be my new brunch startup. You made enough to buy enough puts to make GME do big sads and make puts go burr. Win back to 100 for Upstart. I mean, that's significantly in excess of its potential value, but I'd imagine Upstart will do much better in a stable credit environment when the Fed stops raising rates. Core wants the cob? What does that even mean? So yes, support resistances have any correspondence with those of SPX and SPY? Yeah. Rob slobs on Bob's cob. Are we making AMC jokes? If you had to pick a favorite bagel, would it be everything or jalapeno cheddar? Everything. Does Rig have a chance to hit new yearly highs, or am I too late? I was thinking 8C for May. Um, I don't know how the rest of these cutbacks are gonna shake out. I mean, I'm already like long oil, but not with options. I have some leaps on Oxy, but like no speculative positions. I have Devon, Oxy, and I guess my most speculative position on oil is like mm, probably like NRGU. And that I just picked up a couple weeks ago because oil got so cheap. And I'm kind of ready to sell it today, to be honest. We may see oil persist at the $80 a barrel price for some time. I have a little bit of PBR. I have BP also. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see oil continue to move up until demand picks up, which will probably be a little closer to the beginning of summer. So right now, like this price spike may persist, but I don't know if it'll keep going. You know, Rig is kind of undervalued though, right? So it may be it may be that Rig just kind of realizes some higher pricing anyway, as that pulls up more in line with the rest of the sector. I don't really know if there's a lot of arbitrage to capture there. I'd ask Dunstan. He's generally paying attention to that. Do you still believe in your upstart thesis regarding a non-squeeze but large price improvement from buybacks and short interest compared to GME? I think Upstart has more short interest than GME, but less ability to compound synthetic or short interest in ETFs. Um, yes, I mean the company's stable. I think as we move into a more favorable and stable credit environment, they'll start making money again, which is something they're quite good at. So yeah, my long-term thesis on Upstart stands. It's still heavily shorted. So there may be more opportunities for it to run, but it ran recently, just in January, and there really hasn't been enough time for it to build up a significant amount of obligations since then. So it'll probably be a little bit more time before it's ready to run again. It's starting to pick up like the same cyclical short volatility interest that GME used to have. But because of the lower ETF holdings, it's not as maybe pronounced. Have you been following Research in Motion at all? No, not really. I mean, I've heard of them. I'm in OKC with Devon Energy. Oh, nice. ATA, everyone gets that the counter to the oil bull thesis is that OPEC could just be cutting now because demand is waning and they're getting ahead of it. Yeah. Now if they remain consistent with the pullback and demand picks up, then it gets interesting. How do you feel about Gush? I mean, it's super speculative, right? It'd be great if you owned it yesterday. Hello, peeps, new and old. Consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy the stream. Thanks, Ending. For what it's worth, the reported short position on RIG has only gotten larger with its price improvement from August. Interesting. How about Reg Show? I mean, Reg Show holds potential, right? But if Upstart doesn't have, a liquidity event or a continuous upside move through the 13-day period, then it's too easy to net off the obligations and get it back off Reg Show again. So, every time the market rallies, Upstart pops back on Reg Show because it's super illiquid and the internalizers eat up all the liquidity, trying to tamp down volatility. But none of the market rallies, like we haven't hit a bull market, right? None of the market rallies have persisted for a long enough period of time to really endanger those positions when it gets moved on to Reg Show. And so we're not getting enough obligations built on the back of Reg Show for it to make a difference. If we did have like a big liquidity event or, a big market rally while Upstart was already on Reg Show, then it could be very, very spicy. But that hasn't happened yet. Brim was the ticker for BlackBerry in 2007. Okay. Why would I have heard of, like, why would I even know that? I was like 18. I'm curious to know how far you would buy your puts for your buy right on Upstart. I bought them in the money. Puts the same expiry as your CCs or further out. Same expiry. Ah, okay. SPX really should be sub 4050 at this point now. Probably. VIX should also be way higher than it currently is, but OI on Gen 24 is at 10. It's pretty interesting for rig. Also, the delta on them is 0.39. I'm very intrigued now. I mean, it's a cheap oil play, which is nice. Most of the oil plays aren't. We've bear flagged for 3 hours, 2 days to go. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't remind me. Nasdaq's down 100 BPS today. Holy shit, it's not invincible. Is this just consolidation chop before it gets old yellered? I mean, all those like out of the money call positions closed real quick today. Um, so maybe. Mm. Well, at least nothing's profitable right now, Dork. What do you think of my Dixie below 100 before above 105 call? I don't know. I kind of think you're both wrong. I think Dixie will just kind of float between 101 and 104 for a couple months until the Fed actually does something. Jolt stayed the same like PC on Friday, where it will be interpreted as bullish no matter what. No, Jolt stayed is pretty clear. The effect of it is going to be weird this week, I think, because the really important like unemployment and non-farm payrolls data is coming out on Friday. When obviously it's going to be difficult to speculate on it outside of the bond market, right? Because of the holiday. So Jolt's data may be weighted a little more heavily than it normally would be. But I would say that the effect of Jolt's data is probably pretty pretty binary. If I own an SPX in the money SPX call and it expires in the money, do I need any free cash in my account to profit off of it? Or do I just get paid the difference? Pretty sure you just get paid the difference. You get paid the difference between strike and spot times 100. Although, it's not a situation I found myself in. So now I'm not sure. Have you fallen asleep yet from boredom or allergy medication? No, I didn't take allergy medication today because I had an allergist appointment this morning and they told me not to take it. So we should see 4,000 or 4,150 after Jolt's print on SPX? No, I don't think Jolt's is that impactful. Um, right now, 4,000 looks more likely than 4,150, but we're still pretty far from both. And that's just because a lot of the out of the money call positioning sold off this morning. My girlfriend sold a hole closed on my favorite pair of jeans. This makes up for her lack of cooking skills, looks, and overall personality. Was the whole part of why they were your favorite pair of jeans? Hole in jeans crotch, same like turbo boosting for handies. Okay. How many times has that worked out for you? Fuck, this is awful. So boring. It worked. How long can Blackstone keep blocking withdrawals? I don't know. I guess as long as they can get their fix. I need some SPX lines. Also, turns out Uncle Sam 340k more than I thought. Neat. I'm sorry to hear that. Bastard government digging their hands in your pocket. I'm so bored I'm doing work. This is really awful. What's the Dix? Dixie? Or are you talking about the dark pool index? Front for the handies, hole in the back for the strap that we know Velvet's girlfriend uses often on his paper hand itself. I think he'd be the first to admit that. Been mostly AFK due to getting over some food poisoning, not from lobster bisque. Okay. Just messaging to help keep your electricity on and maybe shill Zom a little bit. XOXO. PS Zom 130. Wait, what about your covered calls? Don't you have covered calls out on there right now? I've been selling CCs on Upstart for the last like 3 days. I have trouble keeping CCs open on Upstart because it feels kind of squeezy, and I don't trust the market to rip face out of nowhere. But swinging CCs is working pretty well for now. Oh, okay. I love it. My favorite thing in the world is when everyone's like, hey, Gurk, you know this stock that you developed the short thesis on? Yeah, so I think it's squeezy and you're wrong. I feel this feels it's got some real Bobby vibes. Sup, Gurk? Thanks for hanging through the boredom and pulling me through work on the daily. Not taken for granted. Cheers. Thanks, Kyle. I've got something you can squeeze. A micro penis? Hey, Gurk, remember when you developed a short thesis on AMC? Yeah, well, I think it's squeezy, and you're wrong. Good luck with that. Do you think Fubo could have an OPEX run in April? Maybe. It's getting kind of illiquid. April might be too soon, but it looks better for April than it did in March. I didn't realize the Jolt data print is 30 minutes after market open tomorrow. Thoughts on opening 0 DTE Strangle on it a few minutes before? Again, I don't think it's all that impactful. I mean, you might be able to make a little bit of money off a Strangle. Nah, bro. Upstart right back to 20. Fed's gonna cut rates next meeting. OPEC gonna up production. UK and Russia conflict over. Duh, man. Hey, what did you hear? Why so many people have such uneducated opinions and just still try to push them on others? What is that? If you don't know what's going on, don't guess. You you need a new favorite thing then? My favorite thing is perfectly ripe mango or finding cash in my pockets. I never have cash anymore. I used to do that a lot and I stopped withdrawing cash because I kept leaving it in my clothes and then washing them. It's only micro if you measure it with, any sort of measurement tool. My favorite thing is to sniff my finger and guess the flavor. Oh Jesus. Should I full port AMC, Bobby, or Rev? And by full port, I mean $12. Jesus Christ. Whichever one you want. At least you can launder your own money that way. True. Close about 700 ZOM 100 CCs at the bottom. Timed it really well thanks to your GME CC teachings. I bought calls after closing, then bought extra calls Thursday. Nice, dude. Shit my pants because I don't want to think oil cut news would print until later this month. Well, there it is. Dixie. Dixie is the dollar index. That's Dixie. That's the dollar index. Dix is the dark pool index. Well, most of the 4100 calls from last week expire today. So I guess it'll depend if more 4100 calls come in today or we push up to a level where, further dated call interest has some effect, like above 4120. Pajama Samurai. Can you tell me what's going on? My barber told me China and Russia are going to collapse the dollar and told me to buy crypto. Well, for Christmas, you should get your barber a case of ammo and a small ingot of gold. Seems like those are the kind of gifts he would enjoy. Is it not normal to hide a few $100 in random places or random pants pockets? No, because you haven't lived through a Great Recession yet. People let SCX add the money calls sold off. Okay. My mom is a smoker and made me one too. Did she feed you cigarettes as a child? I would try to quit and she purposely smoke around me, offer me cigarettes, etc. People doing things they know are wrong feel better when others are too. Yes. The misery loves company effect. It still bothers me how proud of himself JFresh was for calling the dark pool index dicks. He's still pretty proud of himself. That's $50 a haircut. I'm not getting my barber a gift. Huh. So fucking more twists in this story than. Well, I'm not going to talk about Kendra like that. Someone tell the SPX we're in a recession. No. Well, this seems overly enthusiastic for the day. That's going to need to calm itself down a bit. I mean, it looked kind of bullish on SPX on the 30-minute, no? Um, Not really. It depends on how short of a trend you look at. If you look at the longer term trends and like the 1 hour, it looks shitty, and on the daily it looks really bad. It's $50 for a haircut. I bought trimmers for 80 and cut my own hair whenever I want. Maybe I have too much of a poor mindset. Or you're capable of cutting your own hair. Don't you dare, poopy pants. So I've seen a bunch of data that shows most supply chains have returned to costs similar to pre-COVID levels. When can I expect that cost reduction to trickle down to consumers? I know you're not being serious, but that's so great. What's up, bud? How you doing today? Have you heard of the ITC trading system cult? More like cult. Is it worth learning or is it bullshit? It's bullshit. it kind of just draws blanks in between other forms of technical analysis and tries to pretend like it's its own thing. They also try to take advantage of all the things that I hate about technical analysis traders, like Fibonacci's and fractals and gaps. I don't know. I kind of think this is going to break down too. It's futures supported, so it's harder to tell. But it doesn't seem to be very strong. I mean, it's minuscule compared to the volume we were seeing earlier. I don't know if it's like a bull trap or just like it might exhaust itself quickly. We're not like pushing up enough to put any OI in the money. Big candles, low volume. Let's go. We going up, big boys? Some futures buying. Let's see if it persists or not. It's not even very high volume on futures right now. It's the charm. Oh, Jesus. Coming to gingerly touch VWAP, I guess. Hmm. What poor cuts their own hair? Also, $50 is way too expensive if a top isn't included in that. I don't know. Haircuts here are like $75 for like a nice place. 35 for like a like average barber shop. The only real difference between the two is like one of them gives you whiskey, the other doesn't. On a scale from done to zen, what are your feelings regarding with the market right now? I mean, I think it's just going to trade kind of flat today. Today's a boring day. There's support at 4,100, which is probably going to persist until tomorrow. We don't have anything really pushing a sell off. I mean, honestly, like, it lends more support to the bull side right now. You went easy on everyone with the stream card yesterday. Could you imagine the uproar if you said you were ending the stream for April Fools? I was thinking of doing a farewell stream. That was my first thought, and then I was like, that one's just mean. And then my second thought was I was gonna try to make one of those fake DRS videos, for my GME shares, but I didn't want to sign up for a computer share account that had and put GME in it, so I didn't do that. And so I went with the AMC short squeeze one. Quit pumping the bulls. Their heads are gonna explode. Nice, Jerky. Congratulations. You should have just got somebody to make a fake DRS video for you. Seems like too much effort. What am I focusing on? Jesus Christ, it's already 3 o'clock and nothing has happened since this morning. I have a computer share account, but I'd have to put GME in it. It has shares from my old employer in it. One of my old employers. Which I frankly should have sold at the top. No, you're right. But you have to, and I think in order to make the video, you actually have to have shares of GME in there. And that would mean like hooking up a bank account and depositing money into it. Fuck that. At the moment, July puts a good long-term buy for loosely managed positions right now. ATM July puts. That's an awful lot of the time for July puts. And at the money? Like, how at the money? Are you talking like 4,100? Or are you talking like 4,115? Can you imagine how many GME holders would be bankrupt by now if MOASS did happen and we all sold at, say, 10K a share? I bet it would be like lotto winners that all end up poor in a year. Or it just would have been a series of wildly successful short squeezes all over the market, right? Like retail investors would have then gone on to squeeze, like Revlon and BBBY. Just yeeting millions in market orders, right? Like if retail had gotten the opportunity to like roll momentum from an event like that forward, it would probably be devastating for short sellers. The stock that went to zero, I mean, I think it's worth more than Bobby today, or at least pretty close. But that would be an attack on wealthy people. Some guy on TV. Yeah. I mean, if Jimmy went to $10,000 a share, I would just be acquiring companies. I wouldn't be fucking trading them. Bobby is 36. Rev is 0.20. Yeah, well, one of them isn't bankrupt yet. If Jimmy hit 10K a share, would you buy Fubo for fun? No. I don't want to. It sounds like. So I can run it? Gross. Hmm. A little bit of volume. What's VIX doing? Ooh, VIX is dropping. Interesting. More calls. What's crazy is Jimmy did have the potential to squeeze to 10K back in Jan of 21. I don't know if it would have gone that high. I mean, eventually, like, call buyers would have become exhausted, right? But it could have gone a lot higher than it did. Imagine being a company where your shares cost almost the same as a bank already bankrupted one. I mean, there's a whole subreddit of people you can talk to about that. I'm just waiting for the Cavs stream announcement. Time to load up on puts? Not necessarily. This still has a little more upside momentum. Maybe we get another test 40-20, 41-20 here. I'm gonna pick up a couple calls, see what happens. Hmm. Futures volume starting to pick up a little bit. If you could go back in time to be in on one play, what would it be? Oh, I would have bought Apple when it was like an OTC stock. I think DFE is just living off lending his GME shares. I mean, the borrow rate sucks. I'd imagine CCs. With VIX under 19, now a good time to buy SPY puts for June. Thinking 405, 400 Ps. They are moderately cheap right now. That stuff doesn't seem like a bad range to target. Let's not forget that RC rug pulled everyone with the offering. I haven't. Not so much people buying calls, the market maker hedging all those in the money calls, and that spread widening as the price moves up. Yeah, I'm well aware how gamma expansion works. But it also means that buying more calls, which you need to do to keep that going, otherwise it collapses, costs more and more money as the price goes up higher and higher, right? So eventually, call buyers would have been cut off anyway. So gave NDX 1 DT call a try to see if it's going to close this gap. Incredibly bullish. So far, it's working out. So give NDX 1 DT call a try. Okay, nice. Yeah, make sure you have liquidity on that. It can be a problem. BTC under $10, sell at 60K? Wait, what? I mean, bar rate is at like 10%. It wasn't for most of like 2021 and 2022. Bar rate's a little elevated right now, but it's coming back down. Cover calls yield far more than that. And that's also APY. More risk though? Not really. Not when you have as many shares as fucking DFV. Like right now you could sell like 0.1 delta at $26 calls for this Friday. And if you had 800 fucking thousand shares like he does, you can make $80,000 a week. Oh, yours would be buying BTC under 10? Would he actually be able to sell that many though? I mean, I would imagine that he probably sells them further out of the money with more time until expiration. So he probably sells like if I were him and at his position at least, I would probably sell like 45 DTE, so like May, and I would probably sell them at roughly the same delta, maybe 1.15, 0.1 or 0.15, somewhere in there. Really low risk of assignment, right? You could probably go as high as 2 safely. And that's anywhere from like 200,000 to like 500,000 every 45 days. And IV's really low right now. You imagine when Ivy was higher, when Ivy was like 120, 130 average. I'm sure he made a fortune, right? Did SPX forget how to dump into close? Well, right now we're rallying a little bit on the back of some puts closing off and some futures buying. Futures moving up for the retest at 41.50, but with way less volume backing the run than the previous test. So I picked up some 40-20 calls like a minute ago. I'm gonna see if it fails. If it doesn't, I'll hold, but I'm gonna set a stop here in a minute. I feel like we get a little bump up here. Retest, and on SPX that's gonna be like 41.20. I think we retest it and then probably fail. Then the question will be, how hard do we fail, right? Do we fail enough that the local calls that are coming in on this price action drop off the chain? If we do, then we might actually get some momentum to test 4100. If more calls come in, we can move up above 4120. But yeah, I'm just gonna set a stop on the calls. This could dump very quick now. It could, but it could also, you know, hold, right? There's decent like call interest at 4120. The mid range is where it's weak. So like 4115, 4110, 4105, there's just not a lot of interest in there. So it's a lot weaker, but 4120 is pretty bullish. 4100 is support, so you know, we kind of slowly, very slowly bounced off support until we started to trade in a range where we had a little bit more momentum. And now we're retesting the upside, which is moderately bullish. And we're almost back above gamma neutral. We can reject off gamma neutral here. You could have gotten 100 BTC for free at one point for like signing up for what was that email thing? I knew a guy that got that, and like he used his BTC on some website at like $1.20 a coin or something. There was that guy who bought the pizza with Bitcoin. God, that must be rough. Feels like ES trading in Europe or pre-market. It's really fucking awful. What do you think about June 210 Nvidia puts? I don't hate the strike. I mean, it's a decent amount of time. You're profitable on any consistent drop in the near term, but if theta drags out, yeah, I mean, the problem with them is you're probably gonna want to close them around SLD if Nvidia has any significant fall off or if it dips below gamma neutral, and then you'll have all that extra theta. But it's not bad. I mean, it's a little higher than my strikes for June. I sold hundreds of BTC when they hit like 60 to 100 bucks. I made like 50K off it and felt so smart. I mean, there was nothing wrong with selling it back then, right? There was no way for anybody to know that it would be speculated on as heavily as it is now. Imagine being a true early BTC adopter and having it all stuck on Mt. Gox. I mean, I had BTC at like 125, not a lot of it. I had like 4 or 5 coins. And I sold those at 3,000, and the rest I sold off when it hit 10. My biggest crypto windfall was my buddy mined ETH for like a really long time. Back when mining ETH was still like a profitable endeavor. And he gave it to me. Like when he was done, he was like, I don't need this shit. Do you want it? And I was like, sure. And I held that all the way through last year. Gherk, can we get one red day? Day's not over yet, man. In a hypothetical, you know all the information you know now. You're just retroactively getting into the play for max profit. I still think Apple might be better with the splits and compounded growth. Like Apple was down to like fucking pennies a share at one point. If you owned that much Bitcoin, like you'd probably have a hard time moving it without crashing Bitcoin. The crazy guy at work was telling us to buy BTC when it was $1. We didn't listen to him. Strange thing is, he didn't buy it either. Did you give your buddy a little cut? Yeah, yeah. I sent him some of it back. Tesla might be a good one with the splits and all of that. Yeah, if you sold at November's peak. My puts, LOL. Yeah, VIX going down always sucks. Oh, oil up 650 BPS. Totally no normal behavior from the markets. Dork, I went long on the someone's pumping futures signal. I mean, I just got stopped out, which I hope isn't bad, but I mean, I didn't make a lot. I went from 41.15 to 41.20, but it was okay. Like 26%. Can you share that signal? It was a joke. That's not a real signal. I just saw volume pick up on futures and bought some calls. Oh, call position's gonna want to start taking profits again. So everyone's just gonna dump bags at the same time if sub 4100. I wouldn't be surprised if we open sub 4100 tomorrow. MDX 1DT stopped out at 37%. Nice, man. Trying to exit those is scary as fuck. Yeah, because they're super illiquid. I wouldn't trade NDX. Like, it seems fun, but it's dangerous. The bottom, like, even on like the strikes that look okay, when they move in the money, the bottom can get like pulled out under you, and the spread just gets blown to shit. Yeah. There's like farther dated strikes that have bigger OI, but most people who trade NASDAQ trade NQ. Or they trade QQQ. What they should really do is split NDX into like quarter-sized contracts. And I think there'd probably be a market for that they've not tapped. So jobs data comes out Friday when the market is closed. Does this happen often? No. Has any of the data over the past 30 to 40 days been bullish? Not really. Or is it just pure hopium and money pushing it up? I think it's the lack of intensely bearish news, since the banks failed. I should just cut my Nvidia and YOLO the rest into SPX 0 DTs. So either win big or quit trading. I don't feel like there's a lot of big winning going on in SPX 0 DTs today. Alright. Win, take, profit, call people. We'd love to hear your thoughts on energy, especially oil, given Japan, Russia, and cheap prices. Also, HBM is moving. I know. What happened with Japan and Russia? I talked pretty extensively about my thoughts on oil in the member stream yesterday. And it looks like energy's in for a good surge into its seasonal high as we start to approach summer. Yeah. Japan bought Russian oil above the sanction price. Interesting. When did this happen? Was that today? They had an exception, apparently? Oh, okay. Win poor stream with no members? Never? Are we just gonna trade between 40.75 and 41.20 all week? That's distinctly possible. Yeah. Ew, who suggested that? Hazy. Wouldn't members stream with no pores again? I don't know. There aren't any pores in the member stream. Also, it makes, like, the way YouTube hides members only streams, it makes it really difficult for me for like people to find the stream. And I don't want to get 50 DMs like, hey, where's the member stream? I already get those and I post it in the fucking announcements channel. It's about the exclusivity. But they can't talk. You snitch. Well, ban Hazy for being annoying and poor. Oh. You were gifted the right to be in the member stream by the Pigeon Whales. Or possibly Brett. SPX gonna pump another 50 BPS into close. Uh, it might pump like another 1% from where it's at now. Looks like we bounced off the bottom of the wedge here. A little bit. Well, maybe the top range of the wedge is too low. It's rejected there and bounced there. Ooh, I like that. I'm annoying for it, and PyFi hasn't banned me yet. It's not like I just target pores for banning. Girk Vix filled its gap. That's super serious, TA. Right? No. From the bounce, March 13 to now, what kind of TA pattern has the SPX been forming on the uptrend? Oh, Jesus Christ. No, not another 100 basis points. Another 1% of improvement. So it'd be like 3 basis points. Eh, 0.3 basis points. Actually, the scaling on that's weird. I'm not sure how that directly correlates. It would be I guess like 40. What would that be? That would be like somewhere between like 41 and 41.22 and 41.25. So I guess it's like it would be like 10 or well 10%. So yeah, it would be like 3 or 4 basis points, I guess. Eco Petrol looking like a genius buy. I don't know. One second. I'm right. I'm right here. This is the 4th green day in a row. Does anyone know the record streak on SPX? A lot more than that. Also, today's not over. Well, rejection here means that profitability in the call slide is going or calls on the call side is gonna slide a little bit, which could lead to more calls selling off. If it gets some momentum, which it's not quite at yet. This market is hot garbage. It's really fucking boring. I'm glad I'm not trading it a lot today because it seems really easy to overtrade and just not make any money off either direction. Can you short it down for us? No. Bought back some CCs for a loss this morning. Why am I so dumb? I thought Jimmy was gonna rip. Why don't you just get some calls then? Well, we share similar feelings on the true soup path ramen. Have you ever heard of laksa? If so, what do you think of it? I haven't, but now I want to look it up. Is this like Thai? Or Indonesian? It looks interesting. It doesn't look like a flavor profile I would enjoy very much. Um, I don't really like Thai food, but or most Southeast Asian food, like Indonesian, Thai, Burmese. I'm not like most of that region. I'm not really fond of their cuisine. There's some things that I like, but I've had Tom Kha. I really don't like coconut very much. I'm not a big fan of their use of coriander. Um, I've been over this before. Pho is disgusting. Are you a super taster? I don't know. Kind of like Southeast Asian Chipino. Oh, okay. Huh. I mean, I'm just looking at pictures of it. I've never tried it. Balinese barbecue? Where the fuck did you eat that? Have you played Disco Elysium? No. Hedging question. Smart to sell weekly puts against my longer term puts to hedge in order to buy fewer calls to hedge delta. That's something you can do, yeah. Kind of like a PMCC. You can use, I mean, they're not really a hedge, but they can offset theta decay when we trade sideways. Chicken masala? What? Chicken masala is chicken made with masala wine. Or is that something else? Marsala? Oh, masala versus marsala. Sorry. I didn't see what you wrote. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really overly fond of a lot of those cuisines. There's some Indian dishes that I like. There's a couple like Thai foods that I don't mind, but for the most part, I'm not a big fan of like that region's cooking, like their cuisine. I like Chinese food. Um, I like Japanese food a lot. Um, but Southeast Asian food, I could live without it. Yeah, I like Korean food. Some stuff. I don't like kimchi, but what are M&M's, Hedgies, whoever still cares so much about Jimmy? Stuff it and short it for days on end, 2 years later. Because they make money off of you guys buying shit. Chicken marshmallow? We've been to Din Tai Fung in Arcadia. I've been to the one in Costa Mesa. I like Thai. I like Thai tea. What about Thai food is not appealing to you? I kind of mentioned before, I don't really like coconut. I'm not a big fan of curry, and I don't like excessive amounts of coriander in my food. All of which are very present in Thai cooking. I mean, I respect that it's a cuisine. That's just not one that I enjoy. There's some Thai dishes I'll eat. My experience with Korean food is minimal. I've had a lot of Korean barbecue, which is fucking amazing. Um, japchae or jap. I think it's japchae. I don't know how to pronounce it. Um, that shit's awesome. Bulgogi is delicious. Chop GPT. Favorite Chinese dish? Peking duck, hands down. Have you traveled to Southeast Asia? No. DMs. What? All you can eat. Try to get you all the seafood in Bali. Huh. That's a lot of seafood. had the Peking at Red Farm down in the village. Yeah, they're super overpriced and they put too much salt in their food, but they're pretty good. Living in New York City makes duck possible. Yeah, they have a few places in Chinatown that make it. I don't really get to have it very often, but definitely my favorite. Chopped cheese from a bodega? Never. That shit's fucking disgusting. It's like a dirty, sloppy hamburger. Their soup dumplings are good. There was once a man from Nantucket who kept his sperm in a bucket. I can't remember the rest of the rhyme, but now I'm not allowed near schools and lost my teaching license. Ain't that some shit? Well, you know, should probably be careful with story time. Yo, dog, if you're trying to eat some duck with the good sauce, let me know and I'll swing by after market close. All right, I'll give you a heads up. Yeah, I've had Peking duck in SoCal. It wasn't as good. Like in California, authentic Chinese food is probably on par with New York City, but like Americanized Chinese takeout is way worse. SoCal just has good like stop trying to like up SoCal's game, turd. You just have good Mexican food. Okay? And that's fine because it's better than anywhere else. But San Francisco and New York are either as good or better for Asian food. Why does SoCal have good Mexican food? I would guess it's proximity to Mexico. You're such a weeb. I'm not a weeb at all. I've seen like 4 animes in my entire life, all of them against my will. Princess Mononoke was my favorite anime. You should check it out. I do like Akira. I've seen Akira, which I actually wanted to see. Ghost in the Machine, Howl's Moving Castle, and Cowboy Bebop. I think I saw like a couple episodes of Attack on Titan, but I thought it was stupid. You went to the Hat? I never ate there. Now everyone's suggesting me anime. I don't really like anime that much. You can't use the levels of MSG in California to make good American Chinese food. Good and American Chinese food aren't necessarily synonymous with one another. And it tastes good. It's not good for you. Like authentic Chinese food is far healthier and probably better. There's a great anime called SPX. I kind of hate watching it, but I can't stop. You avoided my trap card earlier. You were supposed to say, and then I was gonna say, oh, haha, funny. Dirk supports my life choices to buy dank from bodegas. Okay. Market has no chill. It's kind of in the range I thought it would maybe move to. I don't know. Volume's just really too low here. Let's see if this breaks back down to 41.20. Looks like call buyers who sold earlier in the day. Still got the better exit. Is there a chance of Upstart? I mean, Upstart doesn't even look that good right now. Because it's back at $16 like it was this morning. And no liquidity is being realized. There's no covering going on. I'm not super intrigued just yet. I did some buy rights on it today. Here's the problem with Upstart because it's so illiquid. If the market turns around and they get some liquidity to short with, the 10% it went up, it will go back down very quickly. I mean, that's like street food in China. And didn't they start arresting people for using gutter oil? I hate SPY. If you just bought calls when you said to buy puts, you'd be fine, right? That's kind of why I love SPY, though. Especially when it's like moderately volatile, because you can just buy straddles and make money. SDX not nearly as much volume on average, but as this slow grind up, could there be a rug pull later this week or next? Possibly. I mean, this retest of the upper level gives the rest of the calls here a chance to drop off, if they're going to. Although, we could see futures buying continue, without much pullback, except profit taking. So, if no one takes profits here, it'll just stay in the upper range. I'm still glad I closed my like long side straddle this morning. So far. Although if it goes up a little bit more, then I'm gonna be pissed. because I actually had plenty of time on them. Just Google dank as a slang term. It's popping up in chat a lot today, and I'm not hip, apparently. That's fine. It's mostly just from one source, so. SPX not nearly as much volume on average, but has this slow grind up. Hey Gurk, I just got out of a meeting. Quick question. Is the Fed a bank? Thanks. How run on Fed, dork? Chop 2 hours before close is great. It can straddle 0 DT super cheap. Hey Gork, remember when people used to ask if their $3 Fubo CCs are safe? Yeah. Are you planning on straddling 1-to-1? I'm not sure how much more upside we can see at this point. I might do like 1 to 0.5. I want some nearer the money puts to capture any move from like 41.20, 41.30 to 4100. But I do want a couple calls in case we pop up and test 4150. Closing out the day above gamma neutral is kind of a big deal if it happens. Like that probably means that we'll get a couple more days of upside. Am I 421, 150 cc's on Fubo safe? Probably. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a major risk. Where's that level? 4118. I actually think that this, like, whatever failure we get here, well, so I think this will recover. We may trade back into the, like, 41, 22, 23 range again, but any failure that follows that, if this one isn't more significant, could be important. Curious. Yeah, I think that's gonna maybe break down here. Tell me what strike, ticker, call, put, flavor of ice cream, and day of the week to YOLO my tax return into. Thanks. Jeez, I can't believe the day's almost fucking over. That's fucking nuts. What a shit show, man. We're gonna saw off into close? Ooh. I mean, there's a little room for us to sell off some more. Interesting. Closing below gamma neutral. Maybe a little more fun. Ugh. And I get cheaper calls. Maybe I'll just strangle. I go like 41.20, 41.15 on the put side. Yeah, let's see where we end up in like 10 minutes. Gork, why'd you sell me these useless cover calls? Sorry, man. I didn't know you were the one buying them. Hey, Gork, I made an adjustment to my trading style. It's really working. I zoomed in a lot so that every candle looks like MOASS / market crash. And I'm trading more emotionally now. Thank you. Nice. Well, that's a different approach, but whatever works for you, man. Yeah, I know. I saw his DM earlier. Maybe he wasn't listening in when I commented on it, but yeah, I saw the Fubo put roll. Notionally, the size of the position is massively reduced, right? Like almost by half. That could be a good sign. Need to replace Jimmy Upstart Greeks with SPX. Embrace the change. I mean, most of the time, SPX Greeks aren't relevant. You're rarely trading near them. They added an extra 10,000 since the roll, so there's 3,500 volume now today. Oh, okay. Still lower than the initial position, right? Wasn't the initial position 4,000 or 40,000? Yeah. Well, maybe they'll add more to it as time goes on. SPX and WeBull stuck? I don't think so. No. Gap up here? Um, hmm. Yeah, call side profitability still fell just below earlier today. Probably because VIX is down. Fuck, man, I really don't want to straddle 41.20 to buy puts $4 on the money or calls $4. Well, one or the other. We'll see where we end up. 345. Gross. I mean, QQQ recovered a lot today. Dow's doing really well. Fidelity's data is good. That's a false gap. It could just be a gap from a different exchange. Well, Fidelity and Webull don't have the same exchanges. I thought the stream title was a troll. I mean, it was a joke. If you over your mouse over the gap, you'll see a couple of minutes elapsed. Oh, interesting. Huh. What multinational oil company is paying out as much as PBR or EC? I mean, the real question is, are those payments going to continue? Especially when you're dealing with PBR. Yo, Gherk, that YOLO I was planning on is no longer going to be quite the YOLO. Now it's going to be a baby Yolito. Oh, okay, so we can let the markets go. Everyone's been waiting for you to get your April payout so you could hop on board, but all right, so be it. Two separate commercials, 5 minutes apart. What do? I have no idea. YouTube ad blocker or YouTube Premium. I wonder how many people trading on WeBull just got fucked by that. I don't know. How hard could you get fucked by a 50-cent gap on SPX? The one on QQQ lasted 5 minutes. Just a data outage? Mine shows 3 minutes, but... Huh. Interesting. Let's see if it corrects itself after market close. Does time on the clock go tick-tock for the critical margin line? That fucking line is stupid. They've just drawn a line over descending price action. That doesn't mean it's going to break up. Fuck me. Alright, I'm gonna strangle 41.20, 41.25. Maybe we'll test 41.25 and I can buy the puts cheap. Why is Doge pumping? Oh, fucking Elon turned Twitter into Ditter. Twitter? Lame. Yeah, so 41.20, 41.25. Strangle for tonight. If anyone needs to worry about critical margin, it's Elon. So if Jamie's puts are moved up, that means we get near. If we get near 3860, we can slip hard as fuck. Yeah. Probably if we get near 3900. Also, he moved them up to 3885. Would you ever pick up Elden Gurk again for Twitch? I don't know. I didn't like that game very much. I might, when Diablo 4 comes out, I might play that. It's kind of brain dead, and I prefer games where I don't have to do a lot of thinking at the end of the day. The video game that I already stream all day is far more complex and advanced. Right? MES gap filled? Alright. I'm not playing fucking Clash of Clans. I like Dark Souls. I didn't like Elden Ring that much, though. Interestingly. This is either a double top or, you know, more significant because we're closing the day above gamma neutral. I went 1-to-1 on the hedge. If we close below gamma neutral, then I might have gone 0.5, but 1-to-1 seems better closing above gamma neutral. I don't even know what Q reverse is. It's weird to get at chess strategy games and math, and yeah, complete regard at trading. You just need to learn how to use strategy at trading. I would imagine that you fall into the usual pitfalls of like greed, and exuberance. Like those aren't things you generally feel in, you know, strategy games, but they're something you have to deal with when you're trading. No problem, Sads. Clash of Clans is popular again? I don't know. Is it? Can we see 2+2 covering on Upstart tomorrow? Now up about 28% from Tuesday low. MM didn't get it back to spot. Yeah, but also no calls really went in the money. So, I mean, some at 15, but there wasn't a lot of call interest on the chain, so there may not be as much exposure. You about rolling out May 19th spy puts? Is it too early to do so, or do you think I should be more patient? I would probably see how tomorrow shakes out. Given that we're above gamma neutral today, Yeah, there's a chance that we trade in the kind of upper range I defined um for the remainder of this week. Short weeks are weird anyway. I would expect most of the rest of the week to be continuous repositioning. So you may have like a few days to wait before you have to decide on anything solid. Will you stream Raid Shadow Legends if we soft land into a recession? No. SVX is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Fall of the Dixie. Give me your honest thoughts on the video. Where do you see it in the coming weeks versus months? Down? I mean, I think in the coming weeks it may still stay slightly elevated, but I think once it starts to break down below gamma neutral and the bulls get a little shell shock, I think the price action is far too exuberant. Even in the most bullish case, it really shouldn't be trading anywhere above like 190, maybe 180. And the actual value of the company is probably only going to get worse with quarter one earnings. So yeah, I think down and plenty of room to the downside, but patience. I mean, it's definitely going to take some time. When I first shorted it, I didn't know it was about to become the most popular stock in the market, right? That was long before they talked about their large language models and 1 million X soft goods. But over time, the market is a weighing machine. That's almost always true. I think that NVIDIA wedding guy is smug as fuck right now. Is he? September 300s. Up $30 from where I mean, he was in at like 250, 255, maybe. He's still out of the money though. NVIDIA makes 180 by June. Peens make white. Large language models are called large because they are very large. Ding ding. All right, the day is done. Closing just shy of the call interest at 125 with not a lot of accumulation out of the money. I mean, this puts us. The most annoying thing about this probably is it kind of puts us, still very much in the upper range of this ascending wedge. And we stayed mostly within it today. Does that mean we're gonna test 4150 tomorrow? Maybe. Although I will say that I don't think the call interest that came in today is sufficient. Mostly the second leg up, on much lower volume, kind of looked like we were starting to see some more profit taking. Hold on, give me 1 second here. See if we can get like an end of day update on call positioning for tomorrow. Because today was pretty call side heavy from Friday. Like the chain opening this morning was stacked with calls that were bought Friday. Right now, some interest at 4140. Local interest between 4120 4130, but not too much to the upside of that. And some negative interest picking up on the downside, 4100, 4085, 4075. All expirations, I would say that the call side looks weak, but still present. There's definitely a lot of ground to cover between 4125 and 4150. But that's about equal to the downside. So Maybe tomorrow's just more flat and we kind of break out sideways. Jolt's data in the morning may have an effect on that decision, but right now I would say that we are heavily neutral positioned right around the 41.25 mark. So yeah, we'll see how that moves tomorrow. I'm not really seeing anything else, any other major shifts. But I'll post the like SPX gamma chart tonight. You guys can take a look at it, but it's yeah, kind of uninteresting both to the up and downside, at least immediately, unless we move into those 50 those even ranges at 4100 and 4150 where there's far more interest. GG's. Ding ding. Yep. GME, I mean, it's still trading flat, but some of that negative arbitrage was resolved today. Probably see more of it resolved over the coming days. We didn't see any liquidity covered, so I closed my calls this morning. I sold some covered calls. I'm gonna keep selling covered calls probably until the price drops more. Maybe I'll target more out of the money ones just to protect myself from any spikes and volatility, but we're only a week and a half out, not even, from SLD, and generally speaking that's not very good for GameStop. So we'll see what happens. Last thing I wanted to look at, Upstart. Yeah, still no like reversion in liquidity. It's kind of drifting and it's one of its more illiquid ranges. But there's still a decent amount of short liquidity available there. So we may see it get shorted even harder as soon as the market stops moving up. Like if we get a couple down days on the market, I feel like Upstart's gonna pull back to like the 13 sub $15 range. Right, it'll probably pull back pretty rapidly too. That's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Have a good one, everyone. Bye.